What a finish! What a man!
The drum roll finishes, and the target is hit.
And it comes on finals night, and it's a knockout.
Dirty Harrison!
Not disappointing.
Game
Just brilliant.
Alex Small.
I've always been the under-the-radar player. I've won things, and I think with that comes a level of expectation.
There's an argument for going for the bull here. And the bull wins it.
The drama and the atmosphere of it all. I find that I thrive off it.
Does so brilliantly, but has to shuffle back to base to have a dart at tops. And gets the break, and gets it superbly.
Just go out there and give it 100% on every single dart. Watch out.
For 1-2-7 in game.
And
Game shot and
game.
I've got my confidence back, and that's the main part about it, to be fair.
will be tops. And
Game
it's
shot of the match,
17
David Evans.
consecutive victories.
Did what I had to do, but scoring, finishing, everything in between.
Why neglect the 60 when you can keep hitting it like that?
Game shot of fourth leg.
Very good afternoon. Welcome along to the live lounge here in Portsmouth, where the clock is ticking here at Champions Week at Modus Super Series 10. Tomorrow night, somebody's going to be lifting this spectacular trophy. They'll be lifting a paycheck of £25,000 and pick up possibly the biggest title of their career so far. In Group C, it's Jensen Walker and Mervyn King who have a tie for the lead with 8 points to their name respectively, but there are a couple chasing them down as we head into the final day's worth of play. We're going to be watching everything on this Friday in the company of the Asset Paul Nicholson, primetime Matthew Edgar. And look, it's got to that point of the week now. The trophy's getting closer. People can see that £25,000 check in the rearview mirror. Is this the day where some of those relaxed faces may just become a little bit more tense?
They have to be, because you've got to get there first to have a chance of getting your name on that trophy and hoisting it on Saturday night. That is a great occasion. That is around about 28 hours away. It's not long, but the thing is, you've got to get there. And if you're in the bottom two of this group, for instance, you've got a lot of work to do.
Last night, we saw Sam Spivey and Derek Coulson have a share of 6 points at the top of the table. What would be your overall assessment of that session?
It played exactly how I kind of expected it to do so. I said before a dart was thrown, no one's going to win every game and no one's going to lose every game. I expected a congested table of which it's all going to be decided tonight. It is close. It is. No one's out of the running yet. Everyone can realistically do it. It's not one of those nights where you need favours and you need to go through the card. Everyone's in with a shot, and that will be decided very, very late.
Well, that win for Derek Coulson meant that Sam Spivey didn't run the card last night. Him and Derek Coulson both on 6 points. The reigning WDF World Champion Shane McGurk on 4 points. The reigning ADC Global Champion Devon Peterson alongside David Davis, both with 2 points to their name. The action resumes tonight from 10 p.m. here on Pluto TV. But the focus this afternoon on the first part of this Super Friday worth of darts here at the Super Series is Group C. It's Jensen Walker and Mervyn King that lead the way. 8 points to their name. And Matt, yesterday Jensen Walker had that highest average ever had on TV, the 109. And you look at the overall tally, 92 average for the day. And take out that first match against Jared Cole, where he missed a lot of darts at double. He sharpened up on that point as the day went along.
Yeah, I was a little bit concerned for a player like Jensen Walker. He said in his own words, this is the biggest thing he's ever played in. And sometimes when it is the biggest thing you've ever played in, you can get nervous. And we saw that in the opening game. He didn't settle, missed 17 darts at a double. There was concerning signs that could really have gone throughout the day. But I think what we saw was a real maturity from Jensen Walker yesterday. And we saw the real quality that he's got. Not just to turn it around, but to turn it around and produce the way he did. He's in a very good position now coming into today. And this dream could just continue for Jensen. He loved winning a week. He could win the series.
Mervyn King didn't just play well yesterday. He timed things to perfection, didn't he?
Mervyn's played better under this roof than yesterday. But when the timing is right, and you can find the right shots at the right moments, you can do an awful lot of damage. And if you were speaking to him after yesterday's session, he would have been very happy with his points haul. But he knows that there's still a lot to do. There are plenty of people who can catch him, and he doesn't want to be denied. Coming off the Pro Tour at the start of this season, we wondered where his career would go. And quite frankly, since then here, it's all gone to plan. But today, either the plan continues or he has to look forward to the next series.
Let's have a look then at the runners and riders that could catch the top two, because Reece Thompson and Jared Cole are both on 6 points respectively. Are they catchable? And if so, who do you think is most likely to catch them?
There's only a couple of points there. That's one win, and there's 5 games to play, so absolutely they're catchable. And when you look at the quality that we've got in Reece Robinson, a player who's won so many times here at the Super Series, very flary, very flashy, can produce averages in excess of a ton, has been on the Pro Tour on a couple of occasions. He's the one that certainly draws the eye in regards to a little bit of quality and represents an awful lot of value at 9-2.
He really does, Henry. 9-2, that's a superb price. I've been doing a bit of digging this morning into previous Champions Weeks as well. Reece Robinson has made Champions Night twice. He's got 3 weekly titles, so what's missing? It is a third progression from Group C in Champions Week. He's done it twice before. I think he's going to do it again.
Well, chaps, there's a magnificent brand new trophy that is up for offer, and it's going to be played for tomorrow night. This is the final full day's worth of play at the Super Series until we get to tomorrow evening's finale. And this is really where the serious business begins. We know Scott Campbell's through, but we're going to be ticking these off very quickly, one by one, as the course of the day goes along.
Yeah, you want to be there. It's as simple as that. We're only going to get 2 people progress. There are going to be 4 very disappointed dart players by the end of the afternoon. That's just the cutthroat nature of the Friday before Champions Night. And then tonight there will be 3 more added to the list. We can dream about what the moment will be in about 20 to 30 hours' time, but we can only speculate. We just don't know.
And I'll tell you what, I hope they've got good arms. I know it may not look like the biggest trophy, but I'll tell you what, it's fairly heavy as well. Chaps, thank you so much as ever. We'll hear from the pair viewing commentary over the course of the afternoon. It is 18+. It is gambleaware.org if you're going to have a flutter on the Super Series today. Right, let's get into the first game of the session. It's a meeting between Alex Small and Reece Robinson. And earlier on this morning, I caught up with Reece to get his assessments ahead of the day's play. Reece, 6 points from your first day in Group C. What would be your overall assessment, though, of the way things went?
I was quite happy with the point tally in the end. I played well in the games I lost, and I won the games I played bad in. It was a bit unusual, but I take 6 points after losing the first 2.
That 109 that you lost with, to the best of my counts, the highest ever losing average you ever had here at a Championship. Does that show the level and the standard this week, that even sometimes when you're playing at your best, it may not always be good enough?
Yeah, I've had one, I don't know if it was similar against Andreas Harrison, and you just come off thinking, I don't know what more I could have done, especially on a shorter format. Just good game.
Third time you've been here at Champions Week. Do you feel like you're an experienced campaigner when it comes to this now?
I don't think of it like that, really. I just take it as it is and come and play.
Every time you have been here, though, you have made it through to the Saturday night. How much would you like to keep that particular record going?
Yeah, that's what I've come to do, make Saturday night, and then Saturday night's free roam, see what happens.
Biggest week of your life if you're able to go all the way?
Yeah, probably. Darting wise, anyway, yeah.
Well, I wish you all the very best in your endeavours. Reece, good luck today.
Thank you.
Well, this is business day, isn't it, here at the Live Lounge in Portsmouth? Well, the lighting might be gold, but there could be a few players that will be left out in the cold come the end of this. And for Alex Small, well, he's going to have to win every single game and hope for miracles from there. Reece Thompson on 6 points. He needs a big day himself. And for the big day, here's Matthew Edgar and Paul Nicholson in commentary.
It is indeed a very big day, and 2 players can have a very good Friday. Well, today simply is a bit like that song by a brilliant band when they said, Friday, I'm in love. And if they listen to that and they've qualified for Saturday night, they're going to be in a very, very good mood. Is it going to be sugar sweet? It's very, very, very unlikely that Alex Small is going to make it. The wild card, the winner of week 1.
Game on.
If he qualifies for Champions Night tomorrow night, Matt, maybe the moon is a colour we've never seen before, because that is the task at hand for him.
I think the damage has been done already, really, in regards to Alex Small. I think today he's playing to try and get a bit of pride, get a bit of placement in regards to the table. If he'd got at least one win yesterday, you'd have said it was still a possibility. But I think when you look at the 2 players at the top, both on 8 points, one of them's got to get to 10. I think Alex is really playing for a bit of pride and a bit of placing. We're going to, one by one today, just
42.
eliminate people until we're left with our final 2. And I think Alec will be the first name off the list.
Yeah, as of now, everybody's still active. We
66.
still have 12 players on the list. Well, this is where ticks turn to crosses.
46.
So everyone's made the list.
And at some point today, someone is going to have those
One of
very
them,
famous
40.
words, "You're fired." But they can come back.
38. Rishikar 118.
So the start, though, that Reece Robinson would have been dreaming of, isn't it? He'd think, just let me get in, let me have a nice cushy start to the day, try and get some points on the board before everybody else comes back on. And Alex
58. Rishikar 40.
Giving Reece exactly what he would have dreamt of here. 15 darts
Game
thrown,
shown
he's on the
first leg,
double,
Reece
takes it out.
Robinson.
First dart, nice and clean. Exactly what Reece would have wanted to start the day.
Second leg, Alex is through first.
Clean
Game
and
on.
bright, just like his dart shirt, which is a little bit different to the one he was wearing yesterday.
50.
This is the away kit.
Looks like the third strip, actually, doesn't it? You know, when a team plays in Europe and they need like another colour and they go, oh, we'll just have fluorescent.
One of them, 40.
Looks more like the referee. If
55.
he does beat Alex Small, that will be the end of Alec, mathematically. But his leg difference at -9 overnight was never
100.
going to be a good thing. But that leads me to my next point. You said, Matt, that there's only one win
96.
between Cole, Robinson and the top 2. Reece has got a much better leg difference than Cole. And if he gets a big win against Small,
60.
that makes things even harder for Jared, who starts against David Evans next.
And when I make my assessments of players, and the reason my
40.
eye was drawn to Reece Robinson is because you judge the player against what their ceiling is. And I think out of all the players that are in contention here, Reece Robinson has the highest ceiling of them all.
81. Alec
We
Ukar
saw a little bit of that
160.
yesterday in a defeat. Now, this is a really
44.
interesting
Rishikar
moment.
120.
We've seen Robinson go for 3 tops on this. But like we said at this stage yesterday, this is business. It's entertainment to a degree, but he wants the leg.
100. Alec Ukar 116.
He didn't want an Instagram moment. He wanted the leg. And he might still get
100. Rishikar 20.
Maybe a little bit of discomfort with his vision there.
Game shown the second leg.
That'll make him feel
Reece
better.
Robinson.
I think it's safe to say we're seeing
Feel
a very
like Reece is
different
there
version
first.
of Reece Robinson this week. Every time we normally see Reece Robinson, he's a bit flashy,
Game
a
on.
bit flary, got a bit of a strut and a stride about him, but I think what we're seeing here is a very business-like Reece Robinson.
100%, and I like this version of him.
140.
We know he's flashy, we know he's good. But can you do the job?
97.
When it comes to Group C in Champions Week, this is very familiar for Reece. Back in Series 4, he was in his first Champions Week, and he won Group C, beating out Barry Van Peer.
45.
I'll come back to that in a second. But he also got
41.
through Group C in Series 7 with the eventual champion Andreas Harrison. We were talking about records a lot yesterday. Consecutive
57.
wins. Highest losing average in a Champions Week, that kind of thing.
140.
But what about this record? Reece Robinson, for a Group C Champions Week, holds the record for the most points earned. 18 from 20.
Well, there's another record we was talking about yesterday, wasn't it? The maximums, the 180s, and
58.
it took us long
Ritual
to start
car,
adding to
79.
that tally today.
He's also got the leg difference record for a Group C in Champions Week at plus 22. Now, what's he thinking here? Is he thinking split? He doesn't want to leave 11.
63.
I'm a massive fan of what he's just done. That shows that his mind is fully switched on.
83. Ritual car 16.
He's there again, same sort of range, 15 darts thrown. He's on the double.
Getting shown the third leg.
No
Reece
problems again.
Robinson.
This is a very one-sided game here at the moment.
Absolutely.
Fourth leg,
Henry's
Alex
been
is
tapping the
first.
trophy.
Game on.
I'm tapping the desk like a snooker player would on the table, because what he did there to win leg 3,
60.
that commands respect.
It was quite a comfortable result yesterday. Reece Robinson winning this game by 4 legs to 1 on that occasion, though. It was
60.
a doubling that was the problem for Alex Small. 1 from 13. He's yet to have a dart at a double in this match. Being outscored and outplayed by Reece Robinson.
100.
Yeah, the way things are going, he might not get a shot. Just more evidence of how ready he is. He has a bounce out, doesn't even flinch, and still walks away with a 2 treble visit. We've spoken about maturity for Jensen Walker, but
66.
without sounding condescending to Robinson, because he has shown a bit of flailing over the years. This is very mature from him.
70.
And that leg difference
66.
could come into play. A good strong win here, not just the points, but he's looking in a good position to add even further legs to that legs column.
140.
Right now, he does not want to hit another 180 in this game. He will settle for the one he's hit.
87. Ritual car 111.
If he walks away with a 4-0 victory, he's going to be the happiest man in Portsmouth.
43. Alec car 122.
Does Alec get a shot at the ball? There's your answer.
50.
Reece
Ritual car 68.
will get a shot for the match.
Game
And it's a
shown the
shot he
match.
takes.
Reece Robinson.
That couldn't have gone any better for Reece Robinson. He will be back in round 2, and he will take on David Evans in game 4. But the first person in Champions Week of Series 10 has been eliminated. That person is Alex Small. The winner of week 1 is gone mathematically now. He's got plenty of say for the rest of the day. But Reece off to a flyer. And as it stands, having played 1 extra game, he is top of the table, ahead of Cole against Evans.
Are you ready to lift that trophy, Darius?
Yes.
Let's do it then. Ladies and gentlemen, your Modus Super Series 9 champion is Lucky D Darius Labanowski!
Well, what a wonderful night of darts we have seen, and we are ready. Our champion is ready, and it's trophy time. So receive the trophy. £25,000. The new Modus Super Series champion, the Terminator, Marvin Van Velzen. And one more time, the 8th Modus Super Series champion, the Terminator, Marvin Van Velzen. And the new Modus Super Series champion is Andreas Dirty Harrison. And one more time, the 7th Modus Super Series champion. Give it up for Andreas Dirty Harrison!
The moment we've all been waiting for. Would you please show your appreciation for your Series 6 Modus Super Series champion, Scott Taylor!
Time, your new Modus Super Series champion. He is Chucky. He is Jim McEwen.
Ladies and gentlemen, your Modus Super Series champion, retaining his title, the Nuke, Luke Littler! One game down and one player down as far as the Champions Week is concerned. Alex Moore, the first player out of the running. Reece Robinson moves top of the group because of that win before the break. Game 2 sees Jared Cole being given the opportunity to move on to 8 points. And it means there'd be a 4-way tie at the top of the group if he can get the better of David Evans in this one here. It's our second match of the session here at the Live Lounge in Portsmouth in the company of Matthew Edgar and Paul Nicholson.
Yes, the opportunity for Jared is right in front of him to join the party. And let's think about the plight that David Evans has got right now, because if he does lose to Jared, like he did yesterday, it was 4-3 on Thursday afternoon, that would leave Dave on 2 points, and Jared would go to 8 points. There is a 6-point gap with that potential scenario. And with only 8 points up for grabs for the rest of the day, and a lot of those people to play each other, including King and Walker next, quite frankly, David Evans knows if he loses a game today, he is not going to make Champions Night for the first time. But Champions Night for the first time is also what Jared is looking for. Can he do it, or will he be stopped by someone who's been there twice?
First leg, Jared,
two other
first.
people
Game on.
who have never been there as well. It is a fascinating Friday afternoon already, with one person down. There's another 5 to be eliminated, over the next
96.
12 hours or so.
I think it's safe to say on the balance of play yesterday, Jared Cole played his best darts at the start of the day, which could be ominous
67.
signs for David Evans, who really does, as you mentioned, need to get the points on the board early. So, if we was to look at who the pressure is on, David Evans would be your man.
Good start from Jared. Yesterday, this group yielded 48 180s. And with the two that have already been hit, they've hit 50. But they need 42 more
65.
to have a Group C record. And that's any Group C, not just Champions Week. I guarantee you this. Nobody in this group is thinking of that today.
Just like yesterday, strong start here for Jared Cole. 12 darts thrown down to the double, looking to follow in the footsteps of Reece Robinson with a big, strong, early victory.
59. Jared Dukar, 20.
This is a slow start from Dave Evans.
Gauge
But a
on the
fast
first
one
leg,
from Jared.
Cole.
He did have a good start yesterday, winning his first couple of games,
Second
but he
leg,
did
David
get a
is
little bit of
reversed.
fortune
Game
along the
on.
way. People missed darts against him.
I think the fortune here is for David Evans, because that was a very slow start, but it was on the Jared Cole darts. So
100.
although he's lost a leg, it's not been overly damaging in the fact that he's still got his throw here.
Dave's still got those ragged flights in as well.
81.
Does that annoy you as much as it annoys me?
I think it stands out more because it's on one of these clear flights, so it really does sort of amplify any
61.
sort of marks.
I think the first person that made translucent moulded flights a thing was Jose de Souza. At least
60.
in the modern era. They were very popular in the 70s and in the 60s. But then in the 1980s, they became
58.
well, not trendy anymore. People started using foldable flights and different types of stems. And like many things
60.
that are fashionable once, they can make a comeback.
I'm hoping. My fingers are crossed. They may be fashionable once again.
100.
Slightly different second leg here. You might be right, Matt. Having the advantage of throw here is something that David is obviously more comfortable with.
60.
But he is anything but comfortable in this Group C table.
And I think when you're watching this from Jared, you're kind of seeing his game in a nutshell and what frustrates him so
60.
much. That opening leg 13 darter looking so comfortable. Now, same amount of darts and he's just over halfway through the leg.
100. David Dukar, 122.
He does wear his emotions on his face. Does the young man from Chandler's Ford, just up the motorway from Portsmouth. Should be a single 18 here.
82.
Tidy
Jared
stuff.
Dukar, 140.
This would be better than tidy. It's pretty hard to pick out the finish of the week so far, but there have been some belters.
60. David Dukar, 40.
So a 164 from Mervyn. A 119 from Coulson. We've just seen a nice tops from Evans.
I think what makes the checkout of the week is the context that surrounds it, rather than it being a number-based sort of checkout. And that's why the 164 of Mervyn King, for me, is the checkout of the week by a mile, because it had context around
50.
it and the importance of the play at the time, and it was also numerically a very big checkout, one of the biggest we can get in the game.
Yeah, that was yesterday against Reece Robinson. An absolutely stunning finish and a very good game.
100.
The 119 from Coulson on Tuesday, which was the last shot of the day, at the time It was monstrous.
100.
But it turns out it didn't have any bearing on who won the group, so it lost context because of the next day.
So with that in mind, we could say the checkout of the week is ahead of us, not behind us, because 5 players will qualify for the big showpiece tomorrow night.
I'd like to think so.
55.
I'd like to think that come tomorrow night, we'll get an even better checkout than that 1-2-1 on the bull from Andreas Harrison in Series 7. Wouldn't that be something?
60.
Let's not forget we had a 170 from Jensen Walker to end Group A. But that's been lost in the mist.
I did say it yesterday, I'm going to have to
60.
say it again. You're very greedy on the Champions Week, aren't you?
Feed us more. Well, we said we were hungry. We've just been fed another max.
96. WK 76.
This one is slipping away from Jared. He's going to have to be really careful from here because Evans is starting to steady the ship. Yeah, that's a really precise shot from Dave. Didn't panic after leg 1. He's just gone to the well and found plenty of water. He is not coming up dry all of a sudden.
Well, think about the week that David Evans won. He played Group A. He lost his first 3 games in a row before going on a winning run that nearly broke the record for the most consecutive wins at the Super Series. He only lost that record yesterday after tying it. We know that he can
43.
turn these things around. We know he can play from behind. I wouldn't completely write him off turning this around and certainly putting himself into contention from the back end of today.
Well, let's look at his run-in. He
93.
starts against someone who's above him. Then he's got Robinson, again, above him in the table.
39.
Then he's got Walker, above him in the table. Then he's got King, above him in the table. And he finishes in the very last game against Alex Small, who's already gone.
100.
I think that is how he would want it from this position. Every game is a final.
I agree, 100%. Because every person he plays being above him in the table means he's going to stop them getting points while he gains them himself.
The only thing he can't control are the games they play where he's not involved. So don't stress about it, Dave.
134. David Carr 45.
Jared has stagnated at that 84 average. It's been like that for a while now. And he's only had 1 dart at a double.
13.
Dave has now had 5.
David Carr 154.
And Jared won't get any more. He's staring 3-1 down in the face. And Jared's leg difference is the worst of the top 4. This is not a good result so far.
Game shot
That is an exceptional shot. Just when Jared was getting a bit of hope, he is left on 107.
Game on. $134.
I know there are lots of dart players here today who want to be champion come the end of Saturday. But if this is your first Champions Week, if you don't make the showcase tomorrow,
60.
Pat yourself on the back and say job well done in the series. You will be disappointed if you don't make Saturday. Of that, there's no doubt.
180.
Which is why Jared Cole digging deep here. 3rd maximum of the game. 2-1 in the favour of Jared. That pattern of play continuing into
97.
today. We have a big 180 hitting group here in Group C.
Do they break 91?
139.
I think you'd be brave to suggest they won't, and it's been a good start as well. Rafe Robinson only hitting the 1 though in the opening game. We've got 3 here, so we're already on 4 for the day.
86.
That pace continues. We're going to be very, very close.
This is a comfortable leg.
32.
Slightly uncomfortable, as Dave can now leave a finish. How good was that, Dart?
16.
Not even sure that 60 was the right play, but it worked out really well. This is awkward. It's kicked over. That
Game
makes
on the
that
fifth
dot
leg,
even
Jericho.
better. We've seen a precise double 16
6 leg David is
from
first.
Dave Evans,
Game
and now
on.
we've seen something equally as good from Jared. He's still in the game. Well, today is the birthday of Michael van Gerwen. So many happy returns to MVG. He is not playing in Graz at the Austrian Darts Open this weekend. He's going to spend some valuable time with the family. Richly deserved after a win in Munich last week. Unfortunately, not a winning night in Liverpool last night. That went to Gezi Price, who was... Oh, what's the right word?
100.
Rather good. That's 2 words.
I have to agree. What a night it was, and what the turnaround it's been for Gerwin Price this year. Really has started to find that A game once again.
Yeah, 3 nightly wins now. Nottingham, Dublin, Liverpool.
91.
As they get to the end of that particular tournament, we're already at the thick end of the stick here.
29. David Ducal 170.
Now we're going to get our second large fish.
$56.
Nothing seems to work there, and Jared's going to have to be really crafty here. Probably bull. Now 60.
59.
He did the right thing, he just couldn't find what he needed. Jared's got to cling on here somehow and pray that he gets a shot.
58.
His big problem is if he does lose this game, he's not back until game 6. There's a lot of darts
140. David Ducal 56.
that can compound his issues in the table if he loses this game 4-2.
Game shot on
And
the
David
match.
Evans
David
does
Evans.
win. He's still alive. That is not a great result for Jared Cole. His leg difference has taken a bit of a hit, and he doesn't get off to the start that he wanted. But Dave knows he's going to have 5 finals today. 1 down, 1 win, 4 more to go, and he might need a little bit more than an 81 average when it comes to his next game, which will be against Rhys Robinson in game 4. But before we get there, it is a battle of the top 2, or 2 of the top 3. It's King and Walker.
Are you ready to lift that trophy, Darius?
Yes.
Let's do it then. Ladies and gentlemen, your Modus Super Series 9 champion is Lucky D, Darius Lewandowski!
Well, what a wonderful night of darts we have seen, and we are ready. Our champion is ready, and it's trophy time. So receive the trophy. £25,000. The new Modus Super
Super Series champion, the Terminator, Marvin Van Velzen. And one more time, the 8th Modus Super Series champion, the Terminator, Marvin Van Velzen. And the new Modus Super Series champion is Andreas Dirty Harrison. And one more time, the 7th Modus Super Series champion. Give it up for Andreas Dirty Harrison.
The moment we've all been waiting for. Would you please show your appreciation for your Series 6 Modus Super Series champion, Scott Taylor.
Time, your new Modus Super Series champion. He is Chucky. He is Jim McEwen.
Ladies and gentlemen, your Modus Super Series champion, retaining his title, the Nuke, Luke Littler.
Welcome back to the Modus Super Series. Before the break, David Evans got the better of Jared Cole by 4 legs to, meaning Jared missing an opportunity to make it a 4-way tie at the top of the table on 8 points, which means the winner of this match between Jensen Walker and Mervyn King will not just move on to 10 points, but they'll put themselves in a decent position with the rest of the day to come. Miss Robinson is currently top of the table. A win for Mervyn King would help him in his place, as would Jensen Walker. Watching this one in the commentary box, here's Paul Nicholson and Matthew Edgar.
Matt and I are just thinking, how has today gone so far for these two without them throwing a dart? Well, it could have gone better. Alex Small could have done them a favour by taking out Robinson. But then again, David Evans has kept Jared Cole on 6 points. So, 50-50. Could have been better, could have been worse. And now they can make themselves feel better by getting a win in their first game of their final day of qualifying for Champions Night. Something that neither player has ever
First leg,
achieved.
Mervyn, you through first. Game on.
Well, if we're being fair, Mervyn King has never had the chance because this is his first attempt.
How much does that intrigue you, though? Because did you see what just happened there? Jensen Walker comes down the hockey, wants to give Mervyn
60.
King a fist bump. King weren't having any of it. He held the hand out, wanting the shake. Jensen then switched to the handshake. Does that have any bearing? Is Mervyn King trying to assert some
140.
stage dominance?
Some people prefer to do the handshake and won't bend.
96.
Unless they were playing some new version of rock, paper, scissors we don't know about.
125.
Yeah, some players don't do fist bumps. They do handshakes. James Wade's like that.
It's an interesting little
92.
moment, isn't it? When you look at this group, you look at the experience, you look who's going to have the best stagecraft, the best stage presence. You'd put that with Merv, but right now, the person who's producing the best darts on the stage, and yesterday as well, very impressive, young Jensen Walker.
43. Jensen Walker, 56.
He's missed a single.
Double 16.
Game shot on the first leg, Jensen
There is
Walker.
nothing wrong with that. Now, we
Second
were
leg,
going
Jensen to
through
first. Game
what's
on.
happened this week when these guys were playing in game number 13 yesterday. There's 41 years between these two. Just compute that for a second. 41 years. Think about what Mervyn has done in this game. What he can still do.
100.
We have to give Jensen his credit. He's done some bits as well. But we talk more about what he could do moving forward.
96.
He's won 10 straight legs against Mervyn this week. 10. Who beats Mervyn King 10-0? Over the course
119.
of 4 games. He's beaten him the last 3 times he's played him.
46.
We mentioned yesterday, didn't we, that sometimes you play certain players and you feel comfortable. You feel happy on the stage against certain people. And that can come down to either the demeanour, the pace of the
98.
game. And there's just something about playing Mervyn King that really suits Jensen Walker. Maybe is inspired by playing Mervyn King. Certainly someone he'd have grown up watching on the telly.
I can definitely get on board with that. Did you enjoy playing Mervyn?
I did, yeah. Yeah.
98. Jensen Car 120.
Drew him quite a lot, actually. It's one of the... You tend to gravitate to players, don't you?
Gravity down to the 10s.
110. Mervyn Car 86.
Mervyn needs to get a grip on this game, otherwise Jensen Walker's going to be top on 10 points. Oh, it's the wrong treble twice. Well, this is a bit of a baffler. 12 off leaves 74. Then 47.
54.
He's on 32 eventually.
Jensen Car 10.
Double 4.
6.
It might not be 11 straight legs.
Game shot on the second leg, Mervyn King.
It doesn't mean anything anymore. It genuinely doesn't.
First.
Because if you've lost 10 legs in a row against someone, but then you re-look at your current predicament and nothing's changed, you're still in a very good position to qualify, then why worry about it?
100.
Sort of feels like the whole demeanour, really, doesn't it, of Mervyn King this week? Very
140.
I'm not worried. Why worry about this? I'm just going to take it all in my stride. And he'll probably expect to be on finals night. Some people come here hoping. Some people
43.
come here wanting to be there. Mervyn King would have arrived in Portsmouth this week expecting to be there on Saturday, regardless of what road it was. He knows that the end
58.
destination of that road will be Saturday night.
Correct. He didn't lose a game in Group B in his weekly win, making this his first ever Group C campaign.
135.
So far, so good. He's very much in the mix.
And do you know what? When you look at the two players and you look at that sort of
95
aspect of what they expect, Mervyn King came here expecting, Jensen Walker's come here hoping, and you can see that he's literally living every single moment. Even when he's at the back of the stage, you can see him just living and breathing every dart, looking at the board, looking at the scoreboard,
23.
taking it all in, trying to monitor the game, desperate for the points.
140.
My inkling is this. I don't think these two people both qualify, because I believe Reece Robinson will get through. That's my hunch. Meaning one of these guys, in my opinion, will fall short.
68.
See, when you said that, it was eyebrow raising, like, bold. And then when you mention Reece Robinson qualifying, it's like...
60.
Yeah, I agree Reece Robinson gets through. So someone has to be a casualty. And that's not discounting as well the fact that David Evans has come from these sort of positions before and qualified, and he started his day well.
134.
Jared Cole is still in the mix.
Jensen Urquhart 8.
But as the games go by,
Getting shown the
the
third leg,
hourglass will
Jensen
be turned
Walker.
upside down and time will run out eventually, but Jensen Walker has turned
Fourth
this
leg,
one
Jensen
around
to through
again.
first. Game on.
3 consecutive breaks of throw.
$98.
The level that we saw from Jensen, can we make a bold statement of that's the best he's ever played here?
One of them, folks.
When he was here yesterday. I know he had a personal best average, but it wasn't just about that game. It was about everything else. We can discount the first game because he
58.
barely hit a double. But from that point on, is that the best we've seen him here?
Yeah, and I think the good thing to know is that's not the best he's got. I've seen a lot of Jensen Walker.
One of them, folks.
And he's got a lot of quality. And he's got more than he's shown. And the fact it's starting to come through now on this sort of platform, I think he's a good thing for the future.
96.
And certainly the next couple of years of Jensen Walker's career. We know he's got ambitions. He wants to go all the way. He wants to be on the Pro Tour. But the short-term goals,
55.
the goals in 2025, are very simple. He wants to play at Lakeside.
In the big boys tournament.
59.
He did play in the Boys World Championship this year, didn't he? He got to the final game. Didn't pick up the title on that occasion. Now the aspirations
84.
move to taking the title off Shane McGurk, who will be back later on this evening from 10 o'clock. Group B action concludes.
Yeah, he's the meat and the
100.
sandwich tonight.
Mumika 82.
2 people below him, 2 people above. Still plenty for Shane to do to make a first champions night. Well, Mervin's not even going to get a shot at the bull from 82.
42. Jensen Urquhart 90.
Jensen doesn't need the bull. He needed
Game
that.
shown the
It's a
fourth leg,
3-1
Jensen
lead
Walker.
with the first hold of throw in the match.
Fifth leg, Mervyn to through first. Game on.
Doesn't even want to look in the direction of Jensen Walker. No danger, any sort of eye contact here. Mervyn King, well and truly in his own zone.
96.
That's one thing you don't want during a game. You shouldn't need eye contact with your opponent.
96.
Create your own little bubble wherever you walk and just let them do their thing and you do your thing.
Safe to say Mervyn King's not going to be joining in with what we sometimes do see here at the Super Series, where we've got a fist bump after every leg, a fist bump
98.
after every good shot, hugs after the game.
The good old camera stare down, a la Series 1 champion
96.
Conan Whitehead. And Shane McGurk. I think Brian Roman tried it as well.
Richie Howson as well was ticking that box.
139.
Did he really? That's a great visit from Jensen.
139.
He will have a chance to win this match with his second 170 of the week.
96. Jensen Urquhart
Last time he hit one, it
170.
was to win a match.
$134.
There is
Mumika
huge
72.
pressure on this 72 now. Tops.
32.
This could
Jensen
be the end
Urquhart,
of the first
36.
round where Jensen takes the lead on his own. And he would do his leg difference the world of good.
Game shot
He
on
has
the match.
done just
Jensen
that
Walker.
with another break of throw. He broke Mervyn 3 times in that game. And he has had the king on a plate the last few days. He's beaten him 4 times out of 5 this week. So impressive. He's found a muse in the king and he might not have to play him at all for the rest of the week. You might want to play him again because he keeps beating him. He's on top of the table on 10 points. And next, it's round number 2 where we start with Evans against Rhys Robinson.
Are you ready to lift that trophy, Darius?
Yeah.
Let's do it then.
Ladies and gentlemen, your Modus Super Series 9 champion is Lucky D, Darius Labanowski!
Well, what a wonderful night of darts we have seen, and we are ready. Our champion is ready, and it's trophy. So receive the trophy. £25,000.
The new Modus Super Series champion, the Terminator, Marvin Van Velzen. And one more time, the 8th Modus Super Series champion, the Terminator, Marvin Van Velzen. And the new Modus Super Series champion is Andreas Dirty Harrison. And one more time, the 7th Modus Super Series champion. Give it up for Andreas Dirty Harrison.
The moment we've all been waiting for. Would you please show your appreciation for your Series 6 Modus Super Series champion, Scott Taylor?
One more time, your new Modus Super Series champion. He is Chucky. He is Jim McEwen.
Ladies and gentlemen, your Modus Super Series champion, retaining his title, the Nuke, Luke Lidlow!
Welcome back to the Modus Super Series. Before the break, Jensen Walker got his second consecutive victory against Mervyn King in this group. A 4-1 success means that he is to the top of proceedings in Group C following the first round's worth of play. Rhys Robinson and Mervyn King both on 8 points. Jared Cole lost ground in the opening round's worth of fixtures. Well, let's get into round number 2. And it's hard to miss Mr. Must-See, Rhys Robinson, in that very fluorescent shirt. You could probably see him in the dark, but he's looking to see the light of day. And Saturday night here at the Super Series, he takes on David Evans. And watching this one in the commentary box, Matthew Edgar is alongside Paul Nicholson.
We can see you, Rhys, even if we took the light switch and flicked it to dark. Henry's right. He's having quite the conversation with someone from almost his neck of the woods. Subtitles are not required. Even Stretch will understand because he's from the north as well. Slightly different part though. But this is final number 2 for Stretch. He won his first one against Cole by 4 legs to 2. Now he's got to take a chunk out of Robinson. And if he does, he will go to 6 points with Jared Cole. And he's already seen Mervyn King stunted at 8 points.
First leg, David is through first. Game on.
Is it fair to say from this juncture that David Evans needs to win the rest of his games, but he would love Jensen Walker to go a little bit bananas, apart from the
55.
game where he plays him?
Fully agree with that. And he needs something like that, doesn't he, David Evans? He needs sort of results to go his way. And right now, the way Jensen Walker's playing, he could be the perfect ally
100.
in the situation that would help David Evans get into a qualifying position. The only issue he's got, or I say the only issue, he's got many issues, but right now, the biggest issue, he's facing a guy here with
57.
flair and quality in Reece Robinson, who could easily post something in triple digits here.
$55.
Now, Robinson was pretty useful in his first game. Wasn't really pushed by Alex Small. I'll see him next
30.
against Jensen Walker, and even though Jensen doesn't have the darts, you've got to have him as a massive favourite to win that game.
Is there a danger in this? Now, we hear expressions, don't we, where
58.
someone tries too hard. Is there a danger here that when you come into this situation and you're needing a big win and you're playing someone you respect like Reece Robinson, who we know's got the quality, can you tend to just sort of push the issue, try and force it a little bit?
140.
I think experience comes into it to answer that question. Because Reece has been here and done it before, I think he'll feel very familiar with this challenge. It's just
100.
a different set of players. But if you're someone like Dave or Jensen, I think your point is magnified because they could want to make this Saturday
100.
night so much that they could tense up. He's going to get another dart.
140.
It was almost
David Carr, 190.
a 180 with a delay. He'll have to settle for 48 after 15 instead.
55.
Now, this will give us an
Reece
indication
Carr,
of which
48.
double Reece might want to leave more than any other today. And again, like yesterday, I'm surprised it's not tops.
Getting shown
But
the first
he's the
leg,
one on the
Reece
hockey with the
Robinson.
control.
And controlling
Second leg,
the early
Reece to
part of
serve
this game
first.
as well.
Game
Break a
on.
throw there. Dave Evans, lots to ponder. You mentioned the possibility of tightening up. Right now, that is at high risk.
128.
I can only imagine what it's like to play darts when the walls are closing in and getting closer and closer and closer. But the way things are in this group
59.
and the situation that stretches in, the walls are closing in, but so is the ceiling. And the floor might be starting to shake.
180.
And there comes a moment, doesn't there? Whatever tournament match you're in, there's that little bit of your brain that says, I'm not sure this is going to be my
99.
day.
Yeah, I felt that many times, actually. That bit where you go, right, I'm done for here. If David Evans is going to get that feeling, you feel it would be
45.
in this game where he feels like the opportunity just slips away. But again, we draw a comparison to the week in which he lost his first 3 games.
95.
And went on to
Reece
win
Carr,
every single game after
148.
that. We know he can turn it around. We know he can dig deep and fight when he needs to.
$92.
But he's in serious trouble. Robinson looks comfortable. There's an absolute canyon between the averages as well. It may be early, but the
100.
early indications
Reece Carr, 56.
do not bode well for the man not wearing the fluorescent top.
Getting shown
And he
the
hasn't missed
second
a double
leg,
yet.
Reece Robinson.
He's growing in confidence, and his points
Third
total
leg,
is
David
growing
is
as well by the
reversed.
looks of it.
Game on.
Just one more look at his Group C record in Champions Weeks in the past. He won Group C in Series 4.
100.
That was a series that was won by Luke Littler. The only time it's ever been defended.
140.
Came through with Harrison in Series 7. And coincidentally, the last 2 Group Cs in Champions Weeks were both won by Derek Coulson. And he's on tonight, near the top of the table in Group B.
140.
I think there's a danger here right now for David Evans because Reece Robinson just picking up the pace a little bit. Normally a player like Reece Robinson, when they have that notable change in pace, when things start to get a little bit quicker, it's normally because they're starting to feel the flow, they're starting to feel confident.
57. David Ducat, 81.
This is more like it from Dave. He's going to go for the bull.
56.
Didn't entertain the layup because he knows that Robinson has got one of these in him. Not this time, though. And he fancied it, didn't he?
92.
That would have been a Super Series moment and a half had he taken that 164 out.
Certainly would have been a contender for checkout of the week.
Game shot on the third leg, David Evans.
But that one, just as important, if not more so for David Evans.
Fourth leg, Reece is
It's got
first.
him on the board,
Game on.
and it's kept him in this fixture, and by doing so, kept him in with the chance of still qualifying for Saturday night.
And they both have surnames that
40.
are synonymous with not just them, but other dart players. There have been other Evans in this sport, like Ricky and Steve from Wales. Fine player.
83.
Alan.
Absolutely. And only one of those has his own documentary. That is, of course, Alan.
140.
When they followed him to the Rhondda Valley and asked him what he did for a living, and he was labelled as a darting god.
A couple of Robinsons as well over the years, haven't we?
180.
Yeah, we've had Jamie.
Remember the Jam Man? Mark Robinson?
140.
I believe he was from Derby, wasn't he, Mark Robinson?
Yeah, whenever I heard the Jam Man, I always heard the Jam Man Can. Sounds like an 80s pop track.
122.
I tell you, we'll be watching this right now, trying to get inspired. And that is Tommy Lishman. He's from the neck of the woods as Reece Robinson. And he'll be cheering Reece on. But I'm sure Tommy would like to come
45.
back in the next series and have a crack
David
himself.
Carr,
He was close
116.
to getting to a final himself in this series. David Evans is starting to cook. He
Game
can
shot on the fourth leg,
rebound.
David Evans.
And I'm not talking about his height in basketball. I'm talking about what he does in darts.
Fifth leg, David
This is a great bounce back.
Game on.
We have had a few conversations this week already, haven't we, about different nicknames and things for people. I wouldn't mind that as
45.
a nickname. The Rebound. That could work. A couple of bouncy balls on the shirt.
Well, the walk-on song would have to be
85.
Like a rubber ball I am bouncing back to you.
There was a song, wasn't there? Rebound. Late 90s.
180.
Well, after that third maximum of this game, we're going to have to get our good friend Stefan on the phone. He's a bit of a 90s music savant.
128.
All of a sudden, this is turning into the best game of the day. It's definitely the tightest. Both averaging 97 and a bit.
97.
Reese has got to stop the rot because this is getting precarious. Remember, this is the first game
56.
of the second round. If Robinson loses, he can but watch Walker, Cole and King possibly make him sweat.
101.
The scoring seems to have disappeared for a little bit, so he needs to get a hold of it here. And he hasn't had a dart at a double since taking a 2-0 advantage.
100. David Lucar, 78.
Do yourself a favour, Dave. Don't give him a look at that 1-3-2. Splendid.
Game on the fifth leg, David Evans.
What a burst this is from Evans.
A 2-0 to Reece
Six-leg
Robinson. It
Reece
looked
to
like he was just
first.
going to run away
Game
with
on.
things. David Evans having none of it. Great performance here, and this could really put him into contention and potentially damage Reece Robinson's chances here because
100.
he is the first player in the second round of fixtures, which means Jensen Walker and Mervyn King still get a game before Reece Robinson comes back to the hockey.
41 darts for the last 3 legs.
92.
That's world class anywhere. 14 darter in there, 12 darter in there, 15 darter in there.
57.
He's got Robinson on the ropes. But if you've ever seen any footage of Sugar Ray Robinson on the ropes, he was quite good at rebounding himself with what is
100.
largely talked about as one of the heaviest punches in boxing history.
140.
Not literally, but Robinson on the hockey has got to start hitting hard in the scoring stakes, otherwise he might not get any more darts at a double.
99. 60.
If you're Evans right now, you're thinking this is a chance to close him out. Get under 100 here and finish it.
$140.
He's done the first part.
144.
Score down under 100. But Reece Robinson could have interjected
132.
himself there. A big
David
attempt at the
70.
144 finish has gone, and David Evans for an impressive turnaround victory.
Right in the middle of that treble. Double 10.
60.
Oh, it's such a big chance. He might not get a better hope of beating Robinson than that. Double 3.
9.
Turns out he gets another look.
Lucar 10.
Things are getting tense here on Friday. And it's only game 4. Double 2.
6. Reece Lucar 3.
Could you say rubbish any more times, Dave? There's only one route for this one.
I quite like the fact he's done it in 2 parts. But that's tricky.
Game shot on the sixth leg, Reece Robinson.
There's a lot on the line. And if you think that outburst of emotion is out of order,
Seventh
think
final
again.
leg, David through first. Game
Think
on.
about what this week means to these players. Get to Saturday night. That's the mission. It could come down to the fact that Evans did not finish Robinson off.
125.
4 opportunities, 4 chances to finish off Reece Robinson there as well. But you feel with the darts, with a strong start, he's going to get at least another opportunity somewhere. Certainly with Rhys Robinson unable to find anything on the opening exchanges.
Yeah, 1 dart at tops, 1 dart at 10s, 1 dart at 5s, 1 dart at 2s.
81.
We say it every single week. This sport is not easy, and you get nothing for free.
85.
And that's the way it should stay. There's a great deal of column inches recently with the hike in the prize money in the PDC. And everybody had their opinion,
96.
Matt. People saying that if you're in the 128, you should get money for being in a Players' Championship. You don't have to win a game. No.
100.
This is a performance-related sport. If you want a big check or a bigger one, well, that's so puzzling, I don't really want to finish my sentence.
Even Rhys Robinson looked
100.
very puzzled and somehow has left himself in a very awkward finish. A maximum here for Rhys would really have changed the picture. But he's not even going to get down to a finish. David Evans' time on his side.
96.
He's going to get more opportunities. He's had 4 already.
Turns out that double 19 might be a bit of a saviour. I gave him extra 19 points.
Stay away from the flight here. That's why
59.
he's moved across the hockey to open it up. Doesn't want to carry that into the treble 20 and cause more drama. Another opportunity to cash in the 2 points.
134.
Now, he didn't go for the 60
40.
to leave tops, but he has put the pressure on. This time, Evans ends it. It's only just, but in his second final of the day, if that makes any sense anymore, he has prevailed. Evans is undefeated, but his leg difference might be a bit of an issue. He's going to have to fix it a little bit later on, but Rhys Robinson starts with a win, then has a loss. Really interesting times here at the Modus Super Series in Champions Week, because this script is very hard to read. Next, Small against Walker.
Are you ready to lift that trophy, Darius? Yes. Let's do it then. Ladies and gentlemen, your Modus Super Series 9 champion is Lucky D, Darius Lewandowski!
Well, what a wonderful night of darts we have seen, and we are ready. Our champion is ready, and it's trophy time. So receive the trophy. £25,000.
The new Modus Super Series champion, the Terminator, Marvin Van Velzen. And one more time, the 8th Modus Super Series champion, the Terminator, Marvin Van Velzen. And the new Modus Super Series champion is Andreas Dirty Harrison. And one more time, the 7th Modus Super Series champion. Give it up for Andreas Dirty Harrison!
The moment we've all been waiting for. Would you please show your appreciation for your Series 6 Modus Super Series champion, Scott Taylor!
One more time, your new Modus Super Series champion. He is Chucky. He is Jim McEwen.
Ladies and gentlemen, your Modus Super Series champion, retaining his title, the Nuke, Luke Lidlow!
Welcome back to the live lounge here in Portsmouth, where things really are bunching up on this Friday here at Champions Week of the Modus Super Series. Before the break, we saw David Evans get a second win of the day, getting a 4-3 victory against Reese Robinson. And it opens up the opportunity here for Jensen Walker, who got the better of Mervyn King in his first match to stretch a lead over third place in the table. Alex Small knows that he's already out of the running, but he could stop Walker from walking through to finals night tomorrow night. Let's head over to commentary and head over to Paul Nicholson and to Matthew Edgar.
Yes, if we are being completely fair about this fixture, it is all about Jensen Walker, because Alec is not going to qualify for Champions Night, but Jensen could be close with a victory.
Looks like Alex is through first. Game on.
If he gets to 12 points here and creates a 4-point cushion between himself and
93.
Reese Robinson and Mervyn King, just how close is he, Matt?
I think this is 1 foot through the door if he gets a victory here. Certainly with Reese Robinson just losing to David
41.
Evans as well. That's a result that will please Jensen Walker.
$100.
Jensen might be of the mind that he doesn't just want to qualify through this group, he wants to win the group.
57.
Any ideas what the smallest number of points is to win a group
95.
C in Champions Week?
I would guess 12 on the basis that I reckon a lot of people would beat each other.
140.
If you'd asked me that question, I would have said exactly the same. But it's actually 14.
100.
We've seen Group
Alex
C won on
170.
18, 16 and 14 points.
100. Jensen Carr 106.
And the most popular total to win the group is 16. I have a sneaky suspicion that someone's going to do that today.
66.
It could be Jensen.
Alex Carr 70.
It's been done the last 2 times by Derek Coulson.
50.
Oh, that was
Jensen
an early chance
Carr
for Small
40.
to keep Jensen at bay.
Getting shown
But
the
there's
first
nothing
leg,
wrong with his
Jensen
doubles
Walker.
today. 4 out of 9 in his first
Second
game.
leg, Jensen to through first. Game on.
I wonder how this young man is feeling. This is his 5th day of competition. If anything, he looks better than any day he's played.
Yeah, he'll just be up for it all the time, won't he, Jensen Walker? He's the sort of guy that just loves his darts.
125.
He would play darts 7 days a week, 24 hours a day. And it's kind of a story
39.
that replicates one we've heard before here, doesn't it? A young player loves darts, would play it every single day if he could.
85.
And I think that's what we're seeing a lot of, isn't it? Like the passion of the younger players coming through as well.
96.
A little birdie told me earlier in the week that Jensen may be thinking of playing his darts away from Warwickshire soon.
140.
Now, it is county this weekend for the domestic players like Jensen. So if he was to win on Saturday night,
135.
would he play county darts at the weekend?
I believe he already has moved away from playing at Warwickshire.
88.
Lincolnshire, I think.
Jensen
Yes.
91.
He's going to lay up for tops.
51. Alec Ukar 63.
Alec is essentially batting for the rest of the group right here,
Getting
and he's
shown the
done them a
second leg,
really big
Alex
favour
Paul.
with that 15 darter.
So
It's
Alex
just
is
been a
through
bit
first.
too
Game on.
sporadic this week for the Welshman.
57.
When it's been there, it's looked delightful. He's so exciting to watch.
131.
But there have been too many scruffy days, too many scruffy games.
84.
Too many scruffy darts like that one.
Yep, I can confirm Jensen Walker is playing his darts for Lincolnshire. Has been doing it throughout this season.
84.
What are your thoughts on that, Matt? Because he's from your county.
Yeah, well, it's interesting because
43.
although I played for Warwickshire, I'm actually living in Northamptonshire. So I was very similar. In fact, I played for a different county than the one I
85.
lived in. And I'm actually from Yorkshire. So, from Yorkshire, living in Northampton, but I played
85.
for Warwickshire.
I don't think I should get involved in this debate.
Yeah, you went even more extreme, didn't you?
140.
You played for a different country.
Yeah, indeed. We're going to see
62.
countries represented here
Jessica, 61.
in a couple of weeks. After the Women's Week, we've got international pairs. But we've got a small matter of Champions Week to finalise first. And before we even get there, we're going to see
29.
who's playing on
Alec
Saturday
Ukar 170.
with Scott Campbell.
64. Jensen Ukar 32.
He's 1 from 3 so far.
No score.
Well,
Alec
that's
Ukar
tricky.
106.
He gives the old score monitor a bit of a stare. Small is looking for the first ton plus check out of the game.
66. Jensen Ukar 32.
And with the MVG barrels, he can't find tops. And Jensen resets to get what he couldn't from last time.
Game shot on the third leg. Jensen
He puts
Walker.
it right immediately. Earlier in the week and yesterday in his
Jensen
first
to third
game,
first. Game on.
he was missing a multitude of visits at doubles. Doesn't seem to be happening
81.
on one of the most pressure-filled days that we have all year.
45.
You can talk about specials weeks, influencer weeks, that kind of thing. But Fridays of Champions
100.
Week, I believe, provide the most pressure.
Some people enjoy that though, don't they? I can speak from a personal experience that the
100.
days I used to really enjoy was the days like the PDPA World Championship qualifier day, where it was a last chance saloon and people
60.
would go in there, you'd feel the nerves, you'd feel the energy, the last day of a Pro Tour season when everyone's trying to qualify for things. A final day at Q School, those sort of cut-off days
46.
when you go in and you can feel the negative energy in the room and the nerves. It's always quite easy to try and rise above that.
60.
You sort of get confidence from everybody else. And the Jensen may come in here today and sort of
100.
feel that nervous energy, and rather than joining in with it, just almost feed off of it.
You'd rather have started the day with his
86.
points tally than somebody else's.
Yeah, for sure. It means he's going to be in a position where he could maybe make a mistake or two today and still
60.
qualify.
Jensen
Unlike
Ukar 114.
David Evans, who needs to be Mr. Perfect today.
Double top.
74. Alec Ukar 150.
It's a big ask from Alec.
$98.
Small could be getting
Jensen
lost
40.
in the woods right here. Because people are targeting him for 2 vital points. And they will be all day long.
Getting shot on the fourth leg.
Jensen is nearly there for 2 more points. But if there's one thing he knows
This leg, Alex is through first.
from previous
Game on.
experience, because it hasn't all been champagne and roses for the 18-year-old on this stage. He
59.
has had his fair share of heartbreak as well in previous series. He has bounced back from that and
58.
He's improved. He will know from previous experience on Friday afternoons that he can't slow down
128.
until we give him the nod saying, you're there.
60. $78.
This will be the last time these guys play. It
134.
is their 5th meeting of the week. And just like his record with Mervyn King,
96.
Jensen Walker is 3-1 coming into this game. So when it comes to the people that he's shared 5 days with, he's earned an awful lot of points from
95.
Alec and Mervyn.
Alec Carr 140. $84. Jensen Carr 154.
This will be with a flourish.
$58. Alec Carr 56.
Tops.
Getting
That's a
shot on
very
the
good
fifth leg,
shot.
Alex Small.
Bit of a puff of the cheeks there from Alec as well. He doesn't want to have a Friday
Six
like
leg Jensen
Monday
to through first.
where he
Game
didn't
on.
get any points at all. He would like to leave after this session having had something like Wednesday when he was 3 from 5.
125.
Just not been his week, has it, Alec? He's had some good times here at the Super Series.
95.
He's prepared well for this week. He's put a lot of hours in. Been out almost every single day.
60.
But the issue maybe here for Alec is the fact that I think he qualified so early that he's had so long
48.
to think about this moment that maybe it's just built up so much within his mind. He's put so much work and effort into this that maybe it's just overdone the preparation side a little bit, that he's come here and with a very heightened sense of importance on this.
174.
Oh, what an
Jensen
exchange.
Carr 136.
But only one of those visits left to finish.
96.
And Jensen will have a chance. Staring 12 points right in the eye.
100. Jensen Carr 40.
To be top by 4 points, having played a game more.
$30. Alec Carr 84.
That's the moment, isn't it? He's aware of what these points could do to his prospects and his hopes of Saturday night.
59.
But he'll get another go.
Jensen Carr 10.
But was he showing a little bit too much there? That was a bit lower than he wanted. He almost left himself on double 3. He's done very well. He's getting closer. The interceptor has got nobody in his way apart from his 3 last opponents. His next game will be in game 7. He doesn't have to wait very long. That will be against David Evans. That's got its own story. But the story of this one is it was workmanlike from the 18-year-old, who now leads the table by 4 points ahead of Cole against King, which is huge.
Welcome back to the Modus Super Series. For the point, Jensen Walker got the bit of Alex Small by 4 legs to 2. That moves him on to 12 points in this group C and moves him one step closer to tomorrow evening's Champions Night. Well, for Jared Cole, any lingering hopes that he's got of qualifying probably depends on the results of this match. Defeat here against Mervyn King, he's probably as good as gone, and it'll put Mervyn in a very good position on to 10 points in the group. So, game number 6, the final game from the second round of fixtures, could be a massive one as Cole takes on King with Matthew Edgar and Paul Nicholson.
Two players that know each other very, very well and have done for some time. But now it's down to business. And Jared Cole, who currently occupies 5th position, is probably for the first time in this group in a bit of bother.
Game on.
Mervyn in 3rd position is not currently in a provisional qualifying spot, but isn't far behind Rhys Robinson, who has played 1 game more.
41.
This is where Mervyn has to make a little bit of a move. If he does, he'll get to 10 points, 2 points behind Walker.
100.
And then Jared Cole, with 3 games left, will be 4 points behind 2nd place. Are we reaching the point, Matt Edgar, where Jared has to win every game?
81.
Well, he certainly has to win this one, doesn't he? He can't afford to lose any further ground on those top positions, and that's what would happen here if Mervyn King is to win. It'll extend the gap between Jared Cole and those
100.
qualifying positions, and I think it's safe to say would give him the old line through the name in regards to being a runner and rider for a place on Saturday night.
100.
Well, come on, me. I'm sure Jared Cole's going to be here. But if he qualifies, he's going to be in the practice room at about 6 o'clock.
100.
If he doesn't qualify, he's probably going to be in the gallery, which is the term we use for people who are backstage.
And I think that would probably
57.
be one of the most painful nights for him working here at the Super Series, when sat looking through the camera lens thinking, I could have been on the other side of this playing for the £25,000.
Have you had an experience like
36.
that? I've had a few. I think probably my worst one came in 2014. I lost in the final of the Grand Slam qualifier
65.
back in the days of the old 256 players. You get all the way through to the final and win nothing for losing. And about 10 days later, I lost in the final of the World Championship qualifier. So 2 major final
133.
qualifiers.
And
I had to sit and watch it, and that was painful.
$97.
Could be painful to see his throat broken here. Consider it
first
broken.
leg, Mervyn King.
Well, that switch across the hockey that Mervyn does so readily.
Second leg, Mervyn to through first.
He doesn't move by short distances, does he? It's a good yard.
And so good at working around darts as well, isn't he, Mervyn King? And I suppose that's something he's had to learn over time as well, and that will be due to the angle of entry with the dart. It is quite aggressively upright.
Always has been.
Which is why he needs to make sure any misses are here, where
60.
Jared Cole is missing, just above the treble. Doesn't want that dart to be underneath.
This is where Jared's resilience is going to be tested.
174.
Even more so now.
$100.
You only learn about resilience when you go through tough times. If you're living a life of cotton wool and bubble wrap and things that'll catch you when you fall, you don't learn about resilience.
And this is why, you see there, that dart going underneath the treble 20, which is why Mervyn King's had to switch down. And he was just checking there to make sure that a 19 doesn't leave him on a bogey number. And you talk about
97.
resilience. That's, I think, something that Mervyn King's had to learn over time with the longevity he's had within this game.
Absolutely. For the want of a better phrase, he's fallen off his bike a few times in his life.
93.
But he's still upstanding.
$54. Moving to car 60.
There's a gap in quality in this one, unfortunately.
$50.
The last thing Mervyn wanted to do was leave himself on double five. Don't leave double five. Well done, Jared.
165.
He's left,
Moving to car
left
10.
himself on 25 instead. That's still better than double five, which Mervyn decides not to go for.
Game shot on the second leg, Mervyn King.
I do wonder.
Third leg Jared to through first.
Known
Game on.
Mervyn a long time. Heard him talk glowingly about his dad. What his father would think if he goes on to win the title here.
135.
He's on the back of his shirt.
Well, shall we use that word again? Resilience, because look at the
41.
story of Mervyn King missing out on the World Championship, ended up losing his tour card, went to Q School, played really well, just ran into the wrong sort of performance at the wrong time, ended up not getting on there, goes on the Challenge Tour. We're seeing him do okay on the Challenge Tour, but maybe he thought he would do better. Came here to the Super Series, won a week. Didn't work for him in Group A, got relegated into Group C.
141.
Where he'd have been expecting at minimum a Group B. You wouldn't expect Mervyn King to be in the bottom half. Can he still navigate a way through? That would be resilience if you look at the story
96.
of the last 6 months or so of Mervyn King.
Dart is starting to creep right, isn't it?
41. Jared Dukar,
It's warm down there on the
135.
stage. Some people might be finding that slightly uncomfortable.
I think uncomfortable is a good
59.
word to describe Mervyn King right now because he's starting to wince.
He did grab, I think it was the right side of his body
100.
a little bit earlier in the match.
Jared Dukar, 76.
We'll keep an eye on that. Double top for Jared.
56.
But a long way back here, Mervyn King unable to strike on the Jared Cole throw unless Jared is unable to find the outer
56.
ring, which we don't really
Jared
know.
Dukar,
He's only had the
20.
one double so far in this game.
Now he's had 4.
Mervyn Dukar, 122.
And because he's missed them all, he might be staring at 3-0 down. That's bad news. Double 7.
108. Jared Dukar, 10.
He did wince, didn't he? Go for it, Jared.
No score. Mervyn Dukar, 14.
There's only one word I can use to describe this at the moment of Jared Cole, and that is emotional. Playing with emotion. That was not the target for Mervyn King. He was looking at a 6 there, and that could be tricky. And Jared
10.
Cole, another opportunity now to get a
10.
leg on the board.
That's one of those 10 or a 6 moments, and you don't want the 10.
Game
That's
shot on
what
the
you
third
want.
leg,
We've seen
Jared
that
Cole.
twice now.
But that word emotional we used to describe
Fourth leg,
Jared
Mervyn
Cole
through
there
first.
was the
Game
exact
on.
same description I gave at the end of yesterday when we were kind of assessing the day, assessing the players. I says Jared Cole may have got 6 points on the board, but he looked relieved
12.
to have got 6 points on the board. If Mervyn King is finding a bit of pain in his back, he wouldn't have wanted to have picked up that from the floor.
I think if you are an emotional player as well, and you do find
42.
difficulty getting through this discipline or possibly some other things, it's important to consult someone who can just give you a grounding. and an ability to reset when things get a little bit rough.
100.
It's one of those, isn't it, where you're not learning how to play without emotion. If you
60.
naturally are a person that's very emotional or emotional in situations, it's not about taking the emotion out. It's learning how to handle the emotions, how to compete with them, how to
94.
progress with that emotion there rather than trying to remove it. Because people try and fight it, and that's the biggest issue. When you're trying to fight what is naturally a feeling, that is when ultimately you're just going to cause that stress, that anxiety.
59.
And that is where ultimately we get these sort of dips in performances.
It's the same as sleep. If you're tired
96.
and you're fighting it, you're going to get more anxious and you're more likely to not sleep.
You ever done that thing where you're that tired and you lay in bed and you don't sleep and you go and you get annoyed
60.
with yourself because you're not sleeping and
Yep.
you think, I should be sleeping right now.
Yeah, you should never ever try to sleep. That's why anxious people don't sleep very well.
59.
Because they're overthinking it. Now something's out the case from Jared. Could be a flight change. Something's on the bench. I'm not even sure who he supports. I don't know who's on the
45.
bench.
Remember the car 140.
He's not going to wait. He's going to do it now. Mervin's never going to change from the red flights and the red stems.
50.
That's been a thing for years. He's just gone to a black version. I wonder if it's the same size, just a different colour. It's hard to tell, but
140. Remember the car
initially I
90.
thought they looked shorter.
That was my impression as well.
Game short.
Well, his chances are still very short now that Mervin's taken that out. But the encouraging thing for Cole is that his first shot with the new setup was a 140.
Condense the weight, doesn't it? Does change how the dart flies. Certainly not change how it's entering the board.
60.
So getting the same sort of angle.
What he'll get with a shorter stem is a bit more speed, and he'll also have a bit more room in his drawback phase.
100.
When it's coming back towards his cheek, it won't get as close, or he'll have the ability to draw it back a little bit more.
81.
It's very dependent on what you need in the moment. He's not necessarily the kind of player that would change mid-game, but this is a drastic situation.
81.
Sometimes you need to dig into your case and hope that Ole Gunnar Solskjaer's in there.
100.
I can't think of a better super sub. Maybe Teddy Sheringham.
One of them,
I
40.
always feel like it's quite wrong that I remember Ole Gunnar Solskjaer coming off the bench and scoring 4 goals in one game in about 20 minutes.
That's what he used to do.
81.
Mervin's not really a football fan. He's someone who likes engines and golf clubs and winning. But it's the spirit of the game, I think, that
100.
he likes the most. The spirit of competitiveness done in the right way. He's big on etiquette.
139. Mervyn O'Carr,
But this
80.
moment is about execution. Wow. He could
40.
have bust the score.
Daddy O'Carr, 40.
As it turns out, he doesn't get a match dart.
Game shot on the fifth
And the
leg,
game will
Jericho.
go on. That was a big moment.
Six leg Mervyn to through first.
Yeah,
Game on.
Huge moment for Mervyn King there, and he can't believe that, can he? He was looking at the dart, he was looking at the floor, that sort of bemused look on the face. But he still has the throw, and he's using it very well here.
140.
What's your favourite Mervyn gif?
Oh, it's the really. There's nothing better than the really, is there? That was against James Wade in the European Championship final.
So you didn't go with the "What is wrong with you" gif?
Oh, that's up there. Also against Michael Van Gerwen. Remember him very, very well. Big Mervyn King fan, as you can see.
96.
I think the one that sticks in my mind is in that same game against MVG. He appears in the background when Michael's looking down the lens.
101.
He's looking back as if to say, "What are you doing?" I think Michael would probably say, "Winning." Because at that point, he'd actually won the
96.
tournament.
96. 50.
An interesting switch from Mervyn King has left him on a no finish. However, Jared Cole unable to capitalise on the situation, meaning Mervyn King will be expecting
77.
Approach Dioki once again with a chance to get the job done here and pick up 2 vital points.
I'm really curious as to why
92.
Jared Cole had these flights in the case. That discussion is for another time. Right now, Mervyn is too busy winning. And that could be the first nail in the Champions Week coffin for Jared Cole. He's going to stay in 5th position, but Mervyn is not staying where he is. He's moving on up now, and he goes up to 2nd on 10 points. And at the end of round number 2, it is Jensen Walker and Mervyn King still in the promotional positions. Rhys Robinson has still got work to do, but next it's round 3.
Welcome back to the Modus Super Series, where we've swapped the darting for the dancing, and that would not look our place at Paul. Paul Hinks doesn't look on very approvingly, I've got to be honest. But I suppose they're having a bit of fun on the live lounge stage. But we've been watching the serious business on this Friday afternoon, and this is what we've been watching thus far. Before the break, Mervyn King effectively ended any hopes Jared Cole's got of making it through the Champions Night tomorrow with a 4-2 victory. Jensen Walker, well, he's in pole position. A 4-2 success against Alex Small means that he has got a cushion at the top of the table. We can have a look at that now for you. Jensen Walker, 12 points to his name. He's got a 4-point lead over Reece Robinson in third. Mervyn King with 10 points to his name, also looking in a very good position, and it could be a meeting between King and Robinson at the latter end of the session, which could well dictate matters in terms of that second spot through. But for Jensen Walker, he's taking on David Evans, who's actually won both of his games today. He's had a really good start to proceedings, has stretched. Probably going to have to win this one if he's going to make it through to tomorrow's Champions Night. But for Jensen Walker, wins this one, well, he's pretty much on the hill, isn't he, in terms of making it into what he would call the biggest night of his darting life. Let's head over to Matt and Paul.
Yes, the biggest night of the darting calendar at the Modus Super Series. We get 3 of them per year. But there's always something quite special about the first Champions Night of the year. Jensen has had some big days in his career. But 14 points, based on what we have seen in the past, it puts you right up there. But David Evans, my word, has he done his job today so far. And if he can stop Jensen Walker, he'll do himself a favour. He'll do Mervyn King a favour. He'll do Reece Robinson a favour. It feels like there's been something on every game so far.
60.
And that's just what happens when you raise the importance, isn't it? Everything becomes more heightened.
60.
Jensen Walker could get the job done here. But David Evans today has been brilliant. And certainly in that last game, he was 2-0 down
45.
to Reece Robinson before finding some very inspired darts. He put a good 20 points on his average from that point.
98. $60. Jensen car 164.
Doesn't really have to go for this.
96. David Carr 156.
He could have gone for a crafty 140. Maybe he knew David was going to get a shot. A double 18.
Game shown the first leg. David
He
Evans.
enjoyed that. I think everybody who saw that did. Well, apart from Jensen Walker.
Second leg, David is through
What
first.
a shot from Evans. Are we starting to find the best version of him at just the right time? Or has he left it a bit too late?
Do you know, I was just literally thinking that exact same thought.
96.
But the only person who needs to believe it's not too late is David Evans, and I fully back the fact that I think he believes he can still qualify.
83.
He would have came into this going, 2 points on day one wasn't great, but I can qualify on 12.
He's taken out Robinson. If he can take out Walker, he'll be like a rat up a drain pipe and trying to get up this table.
134.
He's got Mervyn King in the next round. There's a bit of a gap between that and this.
95.
3 games, in fact. So there's a lot of water to go under the bridge between this and his next challenge.
100. David Carr
You can't win that next game until you're finished here. So don't even worry about the next round. You leave that to us.
58. $44. David Carr 72.
I think Jensen looks at the monitor as if to say, this is not what I ordered. I'd like to start again.
32.
David doesn't. He wants a 2-0 lead. And he might just get it.
100. David Carr 40.
Well, it may not be what Jensen's ordered, but it's what David Evans would have dreamt of. But for the third time this week, he's halfway down the hockey. He thinks it's in. Clatters into the dart, gives him an open target, finds it last start in hand, and that would have really built up the importance in his mind. A puff of the cheeks, a bit of relief.
Game on.
But he's broke the throw now. He's in control.
We've spoken about career resilience, but I think right there, what we've seen from Evans
140.
Something I've never even thought about before. Visit resilience, because that first start at tops, he thought it was in, but it wobbled.
180.
So 180 in every leg as well now for David Evans. He found 3 in his last game.
60.
7 maximums for the day so far for David Evans. And he's only halfway through match number 3.
140.
Look at the disappointment in only getting 5 treble 20s at the start of this third leg.
He had a big challenge ahead of himself today,
100.
David Evans, but it's safe to say he's up for it. He's not come here to go through the motions. He said, whenever I've got a chance, I am going to come out swinging.
55.
He was spending a bit of time last night with already qualified Scott Campbell. Watching the Group B action last night.
$80. David Carr 126.
We haven't said this in this game yet, but we're getting very close to seeing 2 very strong words.
93.
We'll keep them in
David
reserve.
Carr 121.
It's not another bullseye effort for Jensen.
85. David Carr 33.
Double 16.
Gain
Now
on
we
the
can
third
see
leg,
those
David
2
Evans.
words. Advantage Evans.
4-fake David through first.
And
Game
this
on.
is not tennis.
I reckon they're 2 words that Paul Hinks has just said that David Evans will probably be feeling right now in regards to the table, in regards to the group, in regards to his chances.
134.
Game on.
Table on. Jensen on 12 is not safe yet. And his leg difference
93.
is not that different to anybody else in the top 4. It's still the best. But based on what we're seeing in this game, it is crumbling.
180.
A 4th maximum for David Evans, a 180 in every single leg. Very, very impressive performance here. An average
96.
in excess of 102. Jensen Walker, it may feel like the performance has dipped. It hasn't. The statistics say he's playing pretty much to his level. It's just David Evans has stepped
59.
it up.
Hasn't he just? No darts at double for Jensen, averaging over 90.
60.
Based on that
David
and that
Carr,
alone, you
128.
don't need to know what Evans is doing. Because it's just better. He's going to stubbornly stay on the 60.
60.
Didn't have to stay up there, but he's the boss in this game.
180.
Having said that,
David Carr 68.
does the boss finish the job?
36. Jensen Carr 72.
Jensen deserves a lot of credit for getting that maximum to leave this. We don't know how valuable this leg could be.
Getting shown the 4th leg,
Superb.
Jensen Walker.
Just when Evans was thinking, this is mine,
5th leg, Jensen
Walker
deserves
says,
first.
you're not
Game
having
on.
all of it. Some of this is mine.
And once again, we've got to say, very
100.
impressive for Jensen Walker. The way he's bounced back from adversity, the way he's dug out big situations. I think it's safe to say we've got a very serious player on our hands.
140. $100.
You think about past champions. David Evans does know Scott Taylor. I'm sure has played in the same tournaments
44.
as Luke Littler. They're not that far apart.
$100.
North of England has had a very big footprint in this place since the start. David would love to have a chance to add his name to that list.
57.
As he slows down just the tiniest little bit, Jensen is starting to get a bit more joy.
140.
Well, I think this just goes to show what we were saying a leg ago, that Jensen Walker's levels haven't really dropped. He stayed the same as David Evans rose his, but as David Evans is starting to return
60.
back to his mean,
Jensen car
it
61.
means Jensen Walker is finding within that bit of a gap a bit of fortune that's getting himself back into this game. You expect here that Jensen is going to get a second
29.
leg on the board and put David Evans under some serious pressure.
Could have been 4-0. And if Evans doesn't qualify by virtue of leg difference,
135.
this
Jensen
might
car
be the
32.
reason why.
Getting shot on the fifth leg, Jensen Walker. Sixth leg, David is
Some
through
moments
first.
don't need
Game
words. You just have to see the reaction of the human being. I saw 3 words flash in front of Dave's face right there.
54.
And they were, wake up, Dave. If he doesn't, we've already
58.
seen Jensen lose from 3-0 up this week. If we were in his shoes, Matt, we'd be thinking, I've got a chance to make somebody else wear that hat.
What a time, though. You said, wake up, Dave. He jumped out of bed with that one. His 5th maximum of the game. 6 in total.
134.
Very, very impressive maximum hitting, which puts that record back on track for this group, which David Evans, I can guarantee, will not care for. The only thing he wants is the points on the board.
That's the 3rd
25.
time this week we've had 5 maximums in a game for someone. Scott Campbell did it on Tuesday in a defeat. That was to Derek
44.
Coulson. That was the game with the 119 checkout. Mervyn King also did it against Derek Coulson on Wednesday in round number 1, but that was in a win.
44.
It's got to go upstairs. Had to go upstairs. That was a
38.
mistake. You can't stay on the 57 with those lies. You just can't. That's where you've got to be a little bit more aware of the situation.
134.
And that is just where experience can sometimes come into play. Just try to force it through into a block target.
So just making sure that those points are still straight. That was quite a violent collision with his previous shot.
35.
It might just be the
David
difference
Carr,
between
64.
success and failure. Dave has already missed double 16 for the match. But he doesn't miss this time. 3 games in and 3 wins, and David Evans is still there, lurking. And look at what he's doing with the table. He is constantly creeping it up. And now he's on 8 points. He's still in 4th position, but we can't discount him with 2 rounds to go. Jensen has failed to win that game, but he's still top of the table. But everybody else has got a game in hand. And next, it's Robinson versus Cole.
Welcome back to the Modus Super Series. Incredible position we find ourselves in this Group C. Before the break, David Evans got yet another victory, 4-2 against Jensen Walker. So Walker's stuck on 12. In this one, we see Reece Robinson and Jared Cole go head-to-head. A win here for Jared. He'd move on to 8. He'd keep Robinson on 8, keep him a couple behind Mervyn King, who'd then play Alex Small, who could put them into touch potentially of a victory there. It's most certainly beginning to ramp up a little bit, the tension here in the room. And describing it all, it is Paul Nicholson and Matthew Edgar.
Yes, Henry, this is a really interesting table all of a sudden. And without further ado, we are going to give you a statistic that is not coming from me. It is not coming from Matthew Edgar. It's not coming from Henry Deacon. It's coming from one of our backroom staff who deserves all the credit in the world for this. Taylor, who's worked with us since the start, has been digging into the possibilities of this afternoon. And get a load of this before things get really dramatic. Take Alex Small out of the equation, and everybody in the top 5 can still finish on 12 points. Now, that is the kind of statistic I live for. That is something unbelievable. But, Matt Edgar, can that happen?
It's a symbolisation, really, isn't it, of how tight this group is and how evenly matched it has been. We've got the same situation in Group B tonight as well, haven't we, where it's one of those really tight, fiercely contested groups, which is what you expect here. We've got 12 champions here on Champions Week.
I've just heard
43.
That number 12 again. Is that going to be the number that gets you through this group, I wonder? It is the most amount of points that Jared Cole can accrue.
140.
Robinson can get to 14. This is better from Cole. But he doesn't like the lie. Oh, beautiful. That is incredible from Jared. Talk about sideways thinking, and even Mr. Must-See's thinking, what have you just done to me? He's just outthought Reece Robinson.
119.
That's like taking Kirk Bevins on at maths.
I just love the way Reece Robinson's looking puzzled and shaking his head after some of the things he's done on that dartboard over the years here 100. At the Super Series.
You know what he's thinking, don't you? I'm going to try that.
57.
I wouldn't be surprised if he's thinking, oh, we're playing that game, are we? I'll give you something.
That is up there as one of the most creative and clever
94.
finishes we've ever seen here. It made sense. He did it rather quickly.
58.
And the former chef knows his onions.
I suppose that's the quick maths that he's going to have, though, isn't it? Certainly in regards to 81. The job he now does here at the Super Series as well at occasions, when he's on the old spotting machine.
85.
Do you know what I would say to classify that finish? Don't mean to keep going on about it, but it was that impressive. It was like snail porridge. Because that exists.
Snail porridge?
Yep.
54.
And you think, well, that can't work. And it just so happens that it's part of a 3 Michelin-starred menu. It works.
40.
I'll stick to burger and chips, thank you very much.
So you're more of a 120 with treble, single, and double kind of guy.
As long as it's got ketchup on it, yes.
132.
Well, how's he going to get this?
92.
Well, there you go. 40. There's more creativity. Does it work? Double 10. Oh, no.
32. Jared 50.
Well, at the start of the day, we both thought Reece Robinson could represent a bit of value today. That could be in serious trouble here. Jared Cole takes out one of the most unlikely 50 finishes you're ever going to see.
Well,
Well,
everybody,
Greece
this
is
is
first.
Friday afternoon,
Game
and
on.
this is Charlie Brooker presents the Modus Super Series, otherwise known as Darting Black Mirror.
59.
Jared Cole has broken the sport by doing what he's doing in the first couple of legs.
100.
What's he going to do next? Take it 159?
140. 60.
He's 2-0 up. He's at 3 doubles. And the winning doubles were double 7 and double 19.
140.
This is far from conventional.
139.
Jared has got me second guessing my entire darting brain. Because for a millisecond there, I'm thinking Reece Robinson's on the finish.
62.
Of course he isn't. He's got 162. But in a game called Master Out, you can actually finish that. With 2 treble 20s and treble 14, or 3 treble 18s. You might need to finish this. Marker. Oh,
80.
he can't find it.
64.
So what's next, Jared? What's the next trick? Well, you can't go for double A. That's just way too conventional.
$56.
Should have gone
20.
for double 5, double 3.
I think Reece Robinson was expecting that to go, which is why he just took a little bit of extra time here going into this shot, trying to settle himself, trying to set himself.
15.
But doesn't find it. It's not working for Reece Robinson right now, and he's in big trouble off the double breaker throw here for Jared Cole.
He lost to Evans 4-3. And he's
Game
now
on the
3-0
third leg,
down
Jared
to
Cole.
Cole, who's got 2 breaks to throw. And for the
Fourth leg
first time
challenge through
in
first.
this 2-day
Game on.
group, Robinson is showing signs of fragility.
100.
What a bounce back this is from Cole, though. Against King, he didn't play well. This is 17 points better than that.
59.
Well, when we look at this lap of fixtures, there's only one person right now that this is working out for. Mervyn King.
140.
Jensen Walker lost. David Evans picking up the points. Potential here for Jared Cole to pick up the points, halting Reece Robinson. Opens a gap here for Mervyn King to
57.
really stake a claim for finals night here. A win for King would see him go 4 points clear in a qualification place all of a sudden.
57.
But then again, Mervyn hasn't played David Evans yet.
58.
He's the winningest player of the day. 3 out of 3. I still think he might have left himself with too much to do.
140.
A bit like Robinson, who is not on the ropes. He's almost stuck to them.
And I think he's very well aware now in the situation that this game is pretty much gone for him. He's going to need a lot of fortune
81,
now to book
Jared
himself a place on
64.
Saturday nights.
This is to stay alive. Double 16.
Game shown the
What
match,
a game
Jericho.
from Cole. There was a bit of everything there in 4 legs. But when you look at it in its entirety, there were no maximums, but he didn't need any. 95.43, and I think there's a bit of a debate going on with the referee about that finish of 146, which will probably go down in his highlight reel of plenty that there's been over the last couple of years. 4-0 victory for Cole, and that is another ripple in the pond of Group C.
54. Charlie Maguire, 164. 44. 32. Charlie required 120.
Well, 120. He's got a fair, at least 2 handfuls of this. Just needs to stay
60.
there. That's a good shot. Halves his score. Leaves himself on a 2-darter.
$26. Charlie
Time on his
required
side
60.
to become back-to-back singles champion.
$40.
Definitely a couple of nerves in those last 2 darts. But he'll be coming back.
The moment he's been in before this situation. Standing at the back of the stage,
Charlie
approaching the
required
Oki with a
20.
chance to win the title.
He did this to win the first title, if you remember.
11.
I think he's gone.
Georgia
I think he's gone to
180.
bust it, maybe. The first title he won, he wanted 20. He went 6-7-7 to win it. He had a chance to replicate it again.
Yeah, I get the feeling that was for a bust. And
39.
on that situation there, George Gay wasn't even
9.
able to take it out going to the 18s on that switch.
Yeah, I think he just panicked a bit, but he's done well to get that big one.
Sometimes can be the hardest part.
Georgia requires
This is it.
79.
It's got to be 19s. It's got to be 19s for this shot. Big 20 and a double. He's got the first one. He's going to get a match dart here.
$59. Charlie
Threw the entire
required
body into that
8.
one. Just didn't want to let go of the dart.
No score.
He's given George a chance.
Georgia require 20.
I think George has been quite good on double 10 today.
So many opportunities for Charlie Murphy.
Go
Couldn't get the job
it.
done.
Got in the match! And the Red Dragon
George
Modus
Skate.
Super Series Influencers Champion, George Skate!
Welcome back to the Modus Super Series. For the break, Jared Cole kept his hopes of qualifying through to Champions Night alive, courtesy of a success against Reece Robinson before the break, doing so by 4-0. Game 9 is a meeting between Mervyn King and Alex Small, and for both Reece and Jared, well, including David Evans as well in the mix, they need Alex Small to pick up his first point to the group. Otherwise, it could be academic. Jensen Walker, Mervyn King, both 4 points in front. With just 4 points left to play for, it could be very close towards the finishing line for them too. Paul Nicholson, Matthew Edgar are in commentary.
Just to magnify the point, Henry, Jensen Walker has to finish against Jared Cole in game 14.
First leg, Mervyn to throw
and
first.
has Reece Robinson next.
Game on.
What could the bounce back be from Robinson after what he's just seen? One of the most unusual games we've seen in a while. But Jared won't care. He's still there. He's in 5th. But still has a slim hope. Mervyn
96.
has just had a favour from his old pal, Jared Cole. And in your own words, Matt, you think things have gone the way of Mervyn the last couple of games?
Oh, he could be the big beneficiary here
57.
of this cycle of fixtures, this lap, because every result or every scoreline you probably would have hoped for has happened. The only thing he needs now is he needs to make sure that he gets his own scoreline. He needs to continue the trend of people beating Alex Small. However, what is the reaction from Small like now? Because essentially, it's all done for him. He pretty much knows he's bottom of the table.
140.
It's been a disappointing week for him, but does he now just play with a lot of freedom and start to really cash in those reps and the time that he has had on the practice board?
Well, when these guys have met this week and it's been meaningful, Mervyn has won. They had one meeting on Wednesday.
100.
There was no bearing on it.
Car 140.
When they've been building totals, Mervyn wins.
60. Mervyn car 104.
They should be 18s. Needs one more. 2 of something else.
88.
That was very close.
80.
Mervyn's facial expression tells you how close it was to him. This is not an easy single. It wasn't an easy double, but he still finds it. The last thing Mervyn needs right now is another stutter. He is occupying second position.
140.
But because his leg difference is less than Robinson, the person behind him, he won't feel secure.
60.
And how much of this could also affect Mervyn King? Because, you know, some players, they can get into that mentality, they can get into that psyche of thinking, why always me? Why do people do this against me? And if Alex Small was to pick up his first victory of this group, and he was to do it against Mervyn King, is there a danger that potentially you'll think, well, how has everyone beat Alex
41.
Small, but then he's produced what he has here, which is, up to now, a very, very strong performance?
I think if you watch Alec enough, and you've spent enough time with him, which Mervyn has,
61.
you know there's a good game in there. It came out on Wednesday. It came out a little bit on Tuesday.
35.
But in order to make sure that you're not that person who's going to fall foul of him,
car 160.
make sure you turn up. Mervyn hasn't here. Alec has. Tops.
140. 177.
Incredible reaction to the first treble 20. Maybe seeing the lighter side of things.
No score.
Interesting. He was thinking go for a 2, then decided to bust it.
I think the 2 may have been the better option there, because what happens now if he comes inside on
56.
the 10?
Alex car 20.
Yeah, well found by Alec.
Alex Small.
This wasn't part of the plan for King.
Third leg Mervyn to throw first. Game on.
But this is where the next plan has to come to fruition. He's got to stop drifting right.
60.
And he never seems to drift right when he's throwing from towards the centre of the oche. Funny that, isn't it?
85.
Not surprised to see this, though, from King. Was just starting to get away with it, wasn't he? Just starting to run away, trying to keep up with the pace. Alex Small just allowed to play in his own freedom and rhythm.
180.
And no surprise to see Mervyn King find when he's trying to now dictate the pace on the stage.
Rhythm there was 10 out of 10.
60.
That was a symphonic visit.
Look again, standing right at the back of the exclusion zone until the darts have been retrieved and the walk has started. He's taking the pace out of this one.
58.
Doesn't take much. Just takes the odd step back.
100.
And if you notice in the background there, when Alec was throwing, Mervyn was still in motion. And Mervyn doesn't want to keep walking this entire game. He wants to have that ability to stand still for a second or two, just to gather his thoughts.
96.
And you can, when you play a really quick player, get in that whirlwind where you feel you're at the hockey all the time. We both played Ricky Evans. How easy is it when you play a player like that with that rapid speed to
86.
literally feel like you
Lodegar,
collect on
107.
back, collect on back. Just always there. Mervyn King probably felt like he was getting caught in that cycle.
I didn't like playing Ricky Evans. I didn't like playing anybody quick.
51.
I was more
Lodegar,
comfortable
170.
playing people of Mervyn's pace.
$64.
But whether you're
Lodegar,
comfortable or not, you
56.
have to find a way. This is for the first junction of the journey.
Getting shot on the third leg.
Very
Mervyn
good.
King.
But it's only a hold of throw.
Fourth leg, Alex to throw first. Game on.
Is Ricky Evans the quickest player you've ever played?
59.
I think so. Yeah, I can't think of, off the top of my head, anyone.
180.
But I will spoil a myth. The slowest is not Justin Pipe.
121.
Who's your slowest?
Now, for me, I judge it on how quick I get back to the hockey, not the delivery of the dart.
140.
And that's why Justin Pipe was never the slowest, because he was quick to the hockey, took the darts out, exited very quick. So you got there. I would say Andy Hamilton would probably be the
85.
slowest.
Former weekly champion here. Someone who has shared many a practice board with Mervyn over the years.
43.
Who drifts again. Considering Mervyn is from East Anglia,
82.
this is possibly
138.
the most famous East Anglian shot hit in history. Did we just get a really?
42. Aliokar,
It was a muted one.
154.
Now, even with an incomplete visit there,
96.
incomplete, sorry,
Mubukar, 96.
Mervyn knows that if he doesn't hit this, he's staring defeat in the face. He didn't used to do this.
56.
It would have been
Aliokar,
frowned
58.
upon years ago, but now it is very much the norm. And now it gets two at tops.
Getting shown the fourth leg. Alex
3-1
Moore.
up. Who does this benefit?
Fifth leg, Mervyn to throw first. Game on.
The neutral who sat at home enjoying some Friday afternoon darts.
This benefits Walker, Robinson, Evans and Cole.
44.
Well, we said 2 words, didn't we, during the David Evans game? And I think if Alex Small is to complete the job here, we'll be saying them again.
125.
Game on.
King's remaining fixtures are David
60.
Evans and Reece Robinson. We thought that yesterday afternoon's Group
96.
C action was excellent. It really, really was. It's very easy for us to sit here and say that, but it genuinely was compelling. With a personal best average for Jensen
60.
Walker, with a record amount of Group C daily campaign 180s. But now the standard
100.
and the 180s have taken a back step to table drama. We have no idea who the top 2 are going to be.
134.
And that will be with 2 rounds to go, and there are still 5 vying for the top two.
Be careful.
147.
Okay, that was careful. That was very cautious. Opted to come away from the 20 just to not join the list of players that have bust that shot. However, he's one shot away, 33 points to his first victory here in Group C.
Mervin's leg difference is taking a hammering here, which is not good news.
Game shot of the match, Alex Small.
Well, it's a first victory in the group for Alex Small, and it's the last time they're going to play each other this week. Mervin has taken a blow, but the wild card is very happy to get that victory. It will not change the fact that he's eliminated, but the drama after that game and that 92 average from Small, it may just be beginning. Walker is still first. Mervyn King is still second, but he is anything but comfortable with 3 people still trying to chase him.
Welcome back to the Modus Super Series. Before the break, Alex Small got the better of Mervyn King by 4-1. That's Alex's first win in this Group C, but it does detrimental damage to Mervyn King's hopes of making it through. It's opened up the door now for 3 players. Reece Robinson, David Evans and Jared Cole, who all have the throw in the next round of fixtures against Walker, King and Small, respectively. This is how the table looks then, because Bedlam, probably the best way of describing it. Jensen Walker on 12 points. Now, if he can win this one, then he knows that he's got that safety net assured of Champions Night tomorrow. Mervyn King on 10 points. Look, he's still got the points buffer, but you can see Robinson, you can see Evans, you can see Cole on 8 points in the rearview mirror if he loses his next one. Now, David Evans is the player that's made the push today. He only picked up 2 points from the opening day's worth of action. He's won all 3 today. And he's put himself in a position where he really could make an assault as he moves towards the end of the session. Fridays are always dramatic here at Champions Weeks as the race to pick up this particular trophy intensifies. Now, this is how the tournament bracket looks going into the rest of the week. Scott Campbell won Group A on Wednesday afternoon. Group B is what we're going to see conclude tonight. Now, Sam Spivey and Derek Coulson, they're both in magnificent positions. They both got 6 points to their name, respectively, and they both need a couple of wins tonight to confirm their safe passage through. Shane McGurk, Devon Peets and David Days, they look like they're going to be involved in a three-way fight for one final spot through to Champions Night on Saturday evening. And then Group C, well, that is still open for interpretation. Jensen Walker's in a very good position, but from that point downwards, it could well be anybody's. Well, let's get into the penultimate round worth of fixtures then, and it's going to kick off with a meeting between Jensen Walker and Reece Robinson. And it very much has the look of a Formula One race, doesn't it? Jensen Walker looking to cross the checkered flag, whilst Reece Robinson is hoping that there's a yellow flag to his hopes of making it through. Under starters orders in the commentary box, it's Paul Nicholson and Matthew Edgar.
Look on the bright side, Matty didn't say throw today.
Looks like Reece to through first. Game on.
Well, things are getting very congested, though. It's a bit like the M25 motorway surrounding London. You're not really sure when you're going to get there and how you're going to get there, but you're hoping that you just get there. Well, Robinson has just got out of the jam.
58.
He was on the end of a 4-0 defeat to Jared Cole just 2 games ago. And now I think he's been frightened into playing well.
100.
Well, there's no second chances now, is there, for Reece Robinson? He just be aware of the table situation. And coming up here against
45.
the man on the top of the table, just keep him into that chasing pack as well. Things could get very, very congested as if they wasn't already.
60.
Well, let's say Robinson beats Walker. And then Cole beats Walker.
60. Reece Ricard,
Walker is susceptible. That was unthinkable earlier on today.
Well, just a couple of games ago, it looked almost certain, didn't it?
65.
Things could get very messy yet.
If sport was easy, everybody would succeed.
119.
Sport is hard.
96.
And only the strong survive. That was a silly dart.
24.
He should have just gone big 20, big 16, leave tops. I'm shaking my head so much at that shot from Robinson, you can almost hear it. You can put it right, though. He does have 1 dot at tops. He should have had 3.
32. Jensen Ricard, 160. 60. Reece Ricard, 40.
Double top then.
Getting shot on the first leg. Reece
It will be forgotten. Or will it?
Second leg,
Is that
Jensen to
little
first. Game
stutter on that 96 out just a little bit of a sign of fragility? Is it a sign of the nerves and the tension on the stage?
122.
Well, let's go back to what we first said before a dart was thrown. We was talking about what it meant to
95.
everybody. We said for some people it will be taking it in their stride. Some people have been here before. Some people have achieved in this. But Jensen Walker,
97.
we described it as possibly the biggest tournament of his life, and that is how he describes it as well, which means these are 2 players that are playing the same match, but it feels
92.
different to both. It won't feel like the same contest. It means different things.
You know what that means? He's going to get a shot to equalise at 1-1. And when Reese did win his third weekly title just a few weeks back, he was talking about
58.
how much the
Tezuka,
money would make a
102.
difference in his life. Times that by 5 if he can win this week. 65. And I don't mind that player
58.
whatsoever. You can obviously go treble 19 on 65 or treble 11. You don't have to go for 25. I wonder what he's going to go for now.
44.
Oh, that's a huge conversion. Showing a bit of strength that Reese can see.
Game on.
He puts in that max and he says to you, if you miss this, you're going to lose this leg. But the first thing that happens is he walks back from the board with a dart to spare. That's a lovely feeling.
93.
One of these days, I wouldn't be surprised if somebody gets on this stage and they've got something like 32.
94.
They throw 2 on the floor and say, I don't need those, I'll just hit it with 1. And bang, there it goes.
58.
Things we get to see. Do you know something else I think we're going to see one day? I think we're going to see somebody change their darts when they get to the finish.
17.
Where they play with a set and then maybe get a heavier set out or a different set out to go for the doubles.
A bit like a break cue and a potting cue.
137.
That's in pool, by the way.
You have different... In golf as well, don't you? You have different sticks.
Different sticks?
Different sticks, yeah. Different bats.
45.
But you can only have so many bats. You can only have 14 in competition. If you're caught with 15, that's a 2-shot penalty.
139.
So don't get any ideas, guys and girls, because you can't have 4 darts or 5 or 6. Isn't that right, Matt?
Yeah, Glenn Durant didn't enjoy my bullseye challenge for that reason, did he?
43.
No, he didn't.
Jesuka,
I don't think Robinson's going to enjoy this. Just having a glance over to see where Reese is.
42.
This is not a pantomime, but he's behind you. Oh, yes, he is. And yet again, he puts in the max, but maybe a visit too late.
I think that's the most disappointed I've ever seen anyone hit a maximum.
On the third leg, Jensen
and
Walker.
that disappointment compounded.
Fourth leg,
In the case of Jensen Walker,
game on.
You'd be saying to Reese, he's in front of you. And he's not disputing it.
134.
I don't think there will be anybody more disappointed if they don't make Champions Night than Reese Robinson.
I think on the evidence of what we're seeing right now, this second, I think you'd be absolutely correct.
41.
And I think he can feel it slipping away because Jensen Walker's starting to fire. He's starting to impose himself. He's starting to get close to joining Scott Campbell on Saturday night. A win here would assure his place.
Well, just imagine if Reese was to qualify
93.
and Walker was to qualify and Campbell's already there. We would have 3 names in Champions Night that are all associated
100.
with big brand foods. We'd have soup, cordial, and crisps.
140. Jessica 127.
Somebody give that man a 127.
95.
Okay, don't.
Well, actually, for Reese, you could actually give him 2. You could say cordial or chocolate.
88.
Oh, that's right, yeah.
Jensen Yuka.
Because he could be in pieces.
Come on then, Buttercup.
Game shot on the fourth leg. Jensen Walker. Looks like Reese to throw first. Game on.
Reese is literally swaying from side to side, and that is because he is enraged with the position he's in.
81.
If he loses this game, the best he can do is 10 points, and Mervyn King in second is already there.
I know you're not a big fan of showing your opponent too much, but I think Reese Robinson here is doing everything in front of Jensen. Jensen is seeing the emotional turmoil that Reese is going through.
Yeah, and you might never have played someone like Reese
100
in this kind of state. It's like playing a mummy. Yeah, and Reese Robinson right now is not saying, need brains, need points.
58.
This is going decidedly wrong, but not for Jensen. He's 127 points away from a first Champions Night.
44. Jensen in the car, 127.
Make him happy.
95.
Oh, and he does it again. But if it works, don't change.
Sensible play, wasn't it? He's just thinking of the points. He's thinking
81.
of Saturday night.
Jensen in the car, 32.
Saturday night, we like the way you move.
No score.
He's not getting in the groove yet. Robinson needs something out of the box of tricks. Oh, okay. The backwards 137. He was going for tops, 57 tops.
Jensen in the car, 32.
Well, this is a big moment in the career of Jensen Walker. Because he's going to Saturday night.
Walker.
It's not about winning the group. It's just about getting to the final day of the series, and Jensen Walker is there. You know, you're there. Embrace it. You've got one game left, and that will be against Jared Cole, who now is very much up against it. But we are going to see Cole in game 12, but after, Evans will play against King. That is a monstrous game, and yet again, David Evans has to win.
Are you ready to lift that trophy, Darius? Yes. Let's do it then. Ladies and gentlemen, your Modus Super Series 9 champion is Lucky D, Darius Lewandowski!
Well, what a wonderful night of darts we have seen, and we are ready. Our champion is ready, and it's trophy. So receiving the trophy. £25,000.
The new Modus Super Series champion, the Terminator, Marvin Van Velzen. And one more time, the 8th Modus Super Series champion, the Terminator, Marvin Van Velzen. And the new Modus Super Series champion is Andreas Dirty Harrison. And one more time, the 7th Modus Super Series champion. Give it up for Andreas Dirty Harrison!
The moment we've all been waiting for. Would you please show your appreciation for your Series 6 Modus Super Series champion, Scott Taylor!
One more time, your new Modus Super Series champion. He is Chucky. He is Jim McEwen.
Ladies and gentlemen, your Modus Super Series champion, retaining his title, the Nuke, Luke Lidlow!
Welcome back to the Modus Super Series. Before the break, Jensen Walker got the better of Reed Thompson by 4 legs to 1 to become the second player confirmed through to Champions Night tomorrow evening. Scott Campbell confirmed his way through Group A. And now Jensen Walker can safely know that he is going to be back for the biggest night of his career so far, playing for the biggest jackpot of his career so far. 14 points is enough for him, and now it really is a scrum in behind to see who is going to join him. Mervyn King is in pole position on 10, Reece Robinson's lost ground on 8, and now he's going to have to rely on favours, and it opens up the door of opportunity here to David Evans and Jared Cole. Now, Jared is kind of wanting David to win this one, because it means there's an opportunity that all 3 of those players could be on 10 points going into the final round of fixtures. But if Mervyn King can win this one, then he puts himself in a position where he'll be 2 points clear, knowing that he just needs a win against Reece Robinson in his last to do so. But David Evans hasn't dropped a game yet today. He plays Mervyn here and Alex Small in his last. And watching this one in the commentary box, it is Matthew Edgar alongside Paul Nicholson.
The only thing that David Evans wants right now is a chance to get through when he plays Alex Small in Game 15. In order for that to happen, he must beat the King. He's got to do everything in his power to make sure that Mervyn doesn't grab these 2 points. He's only got 2 points for the day.
First leg, David, through first. Game on.
Jared Cole, that is still going to be alive no matter what happens in this one, but he will be hanging on by his fingernails 46. If King wins, because he has 2 games left. One against Small, one against Walker, who has already qualified.
125.
We will get to that. There's no point walking around Sultan's Maze saying, well, what if this happens and what if this happens? Because, quite frankly, anything could happen here on Friday
41.
In this game, and then we have all the information we need to go into the Cole Small game after this. But is there a result
87
that is better for Jared? Is it an Evans win?
Job on day one, felt like he was in a position where he could get himself into a qualifying spot, and now we'll be sort of defending that position where David Evans is the aggressor today. He's the guy out for the attack. He's hunting.
But is Mervyn King playing well enough today?
100.
He's only averaging
David
85 for the day.
160.
And his range is about a point from top to bottom. It's all the same stuff each and every game. Will an 85 average beat David Evans the way he's playing? More likely
132.
not today.
52.
Although this is stronger than an 85 average here from Mervyn King in the opening leg. Loves the double 16. But
20.
not on this occasion. David Evans an opportunity
28.
to dodge the first bullet here.
Drum roll, please.
Game
and it's 1-0 Evans.
David Evans.
I'm going to pose a thought
Second leg
here.
Mervyn to throw first.
How much of
Game
Mervyn
on.
King's, shall we call it one-pace nature today in regards to the performance, is also down to the fact that this is day number 5 of long format darts for Mervyn King.
100.
When he won his week, he played 27 games. He played some of his best stuff at the end. However, this is actually a longer qualifying campaign
58
than he had in week 9. He played 23 times before the week 9 finals. Here you got to do it 25 times.
99.
Group A and Group C over 5 days is hard. Ask anybody who's done it.
60.
But maybe ask Mervyn when this is all said and done, because he's nearly 60.
Well, Steve Beaton, didn't he? Spoke very fondly and very
92.
openly about how he really struggled with the full week and how tiring it was and how exhausting it was at his age. And Steve Beaton's been one who's kept himself
90.
in relatively good shape and really looked after himself over the years.
Chris Mason said the same. And he won week 12 of
56.
Series 1. And then for the next 3 or 4 days, he was commentating on the Champions Week in Group A. And he said it was a nice tonic to take a step back and just not feel any game pressure. He ended up getting through to the Champions Night.
$91. David Carr, 160.
Just wanted a little bit more than that, didn't he?
Oh, another. For tops. For a breaker throw.
120.
And he has taken out a shot very similar, hasn't he, David Evans? The 156. So he'd have been confident going for that. He knows in very recent form that he's got that in the locker.
It's only one dart at double 16.
31.
And because of the
David
miss
Carr,
at treble
40.
14 and the single 14, slipping into the 11, the ripple effect was only one dart at a double.
$20.
That's a big miss.
David Carr, 32.
First dart was a marker, and the next two, in his mind right now, they were nothing more than poor.
Game shot
And
on the
he's
second
punished.
leg, Mervyn King.
I think the reaction
Third leg,
from
David
David
is through
Evans
first. Game on.
was rubbish. A word he likes to mutter on a regular basis. Well, actually, he probably hates to mutter it, should I say. Normally means he's done something he doesn't approve of.
58. $43.
There are only 2 comfortable people in the practice room right now. I wonder how happy Jensen Walker's feeling. He's probably got word now that he's safe. We will see his demeanour when he
57.
takes the stage in game 14, but he's got a nice 3-game gap between his last match and next one. He can revel in making plans for Saturday now.
45.
What would be a decent plan for someone like Jensen tomorrow? What kind of thing should he do? And how would his day look if you were in his shoes?
Just enjoy and embrace the day.
44.
Just let it come to you. You can't sit around trying to plan it. Don't sit watching the clock, counting it down, because all you're doing is building up the anxiety. Just sort of treat the day like any other until match time comes around, and then start the preparations. Then start building towards it.
There's a big reaction there from King. Starting to lose his range.
28.
Look at what he's on after 9. He may be flagging a little bit. There are lots of Mervyn King fans out there who would love to see him succeed this week. And there are some
60.
very sentimental darts fans as well who think that this would be a great story. But sport isn't fair.
If you're David Evans and you were stood behind that shot watching, you'd be getting quite encouraged, thinking
100.
There's a chance here that Mervyn's starting to slip. He's starting to get a bit more wayward.
I should clarify my statement, by the way. Sport is fair.
58.
But sport sometimes doesn't listen to romanticists.
It's very similar to making a piece of content.
57.
For a content creator. Just because you spend a lot of time doing something doesn't necessarily mean you're going to get a reward from it. And that's the same here with sport. Just because you put your practice in, just because you've done all that preparation, doesn't mean that on game day it's going to pay off. It just increases the chances.
Yeah, look at the New England Patriots. They had an incredible season one year, and then they went to the Super Bowl and lost to the Giants.
95. David Carr, 84.
Double 12. It's been a messy leg.
72. Mebukar, 133.
It's still a little bit messy. 7 visits without taking it out on his own throw. At least he will return.
76. David Carr, 12.
Double 3 for stretch. Well, well, well. Who saw this opportunity coming? This is so off script. And Mervyn can't believe it.
I don't think David Evans can either. He's played himself into a situation here. He's played so well all day to give himself the opportunity.
Game
He's
on the
just
third
seen
leg,
that
Mervyn
opportunity slowly slipping away. Mervyn King looks at David Evans.
Mervyn to throw first.
He's surprised, he's shocked, he's surprised he even got the chance, but he's taken it, he's broke the throat.
Game on.
And he's back on track to book his place on Saturday night.
It would be a double knockout blow if Mervyn gets 4 legs in this contest.
92.
He can eliminate Evans and Robinson at once if he wins. But Cole would still be a problem.
100.
With Jared's leg difference at Jared. Now this is actually, from a statistical point of view, the worst game of the group. But you still can't take your eyes off it because we need to know who wins this.
And there is no
55.
surprise just to see the levels come off very slightly, because this is crunch time, isn't it? This is decision time. As you mentioned, Mervyn King winning would eliminate a further 2 players, and David Evans
100.
will be aware of that. He is someone who knows the permutations. He is someone who's aware of the situation. But he doesn't need to find much here to dethrone the king.
58.
No, he doesn't. Because he can see and hear from close quarters just how much Mervyn is struggling. When you're tired, maybe got a few aches and pains, darts become very hard.
57.
Just
David
dropping
Carr,
him low,
60.
isn't he, Mervyn King now, which is something we said earlier on that doesn't suit the way his darts lie. That doesn't suit David Evans, which is why he's had to shuffle across to the left. This is probably a benefit here. But
50.
interesting,
Mervyn
he
Carr,
didn't retake his hockey
123.
position. He threw it from the adjusted far left.
And he might be punished again. On the ball. Where's that
Game
come
shot on the
from?
fourth leg, Mervyn King.
Seriously, he doesn't know. Matthew Edgar doesn't know. I don't know. And neither does Hinksey.
Fifth leg, David to throw first.
That's like
Game
going to the
on.
beach and finding a fossil that's worth £1 million.
Well, I can draw a comparison to a conversation we had yesterday. That's when you go to the wedding, get your suit out the cupboard, and there's £20 in the pocket.
I'd rather have the fossil.
119.
Oh, Mervin's not a fossil yet. He's still kicking. He's 3-1 up. And he could be the one that puts the final nail in the coffin for David's week. We said the most
60.
important finish had not been seen yet. That might have been it. That might just give Mervyn the breathing room that he needs
100.
to somehow get over the line.
$100.
He can't relax though. He keeps missing that treble low. Which makes that 140 even more magical.
And now David Evans needs to find something. Needs at least a treble, you feel. This will be the last start, which means he can only leave a 3-dart up.
He should really have gone for the bull.
80.
Or that
David
with
Carr,
dart 2.
101.
But he counts in an old school way. Oh no. There is nothing more to say than those two words. Now he's got to figure out what he's got left. He's got 23.
85.
It could be heartbreak for David Evans. Every king in medieval England had an executioner, but he could be just that.
30. David McCarr, 16.
Well, after all the good work David Evans has done today, it's not going to end in the way with that single 9 miss on the double. But once again, for the 4th time, halfway down the hockey, reels himself back. One more dart to save his chances.
Game shot
Finds it.
like David Evans.
And he will be relieved. Because when you do a
6
battle
seconds
like
to
David
third
Evans
first.
has today,
Game on.
and you've won those games and you've gone through those battles, you've played as well as he has, you don't want it to end by a sloppy mistake like missing a big number.
Mervin's aiming higher now. He is sick of those low shots at the 20. That was an aiming position that was slightly higher than before. And maybe they're both finding the second wind in this game.
Well, this is it, isn't it now? Business time. Results time. One big push now for Mervyn King.
140.
David Evans looking to chase him all the way down. Can still keep this in his hands with another maximum.
This is like a game of spin the bottle, this game. It keeps pointing
96.
to either player.
Does that mean they're going to start kissing each other?
I don't think that's going to happen. Right now,
100.
I have a rhyme in my head, and it goes something like this. Mervyn and David sitting in a tree, but who is W-I-N-N-I-N-G?
135. Mervyn Carr, 121.
Might be Mervyn. On the ball. Oh, it's a
96.
miss again for the
David
win, and
Carr,
Evans could take
90.
us the distance.
He'll feel he's earned this shot with the power scoring. 9 darts thrown here, but it may only be a dart at the bull himself. It is to save his chances this week.
42.
It wasn't close.
Mervyn Yukar,
It was
25.
quite a distance away. And Mervyn gets chance number 3. But dart
9.
number 4 for the match
Yukar, 48.
means with that miss, we could be looking at a 4-3 game.
Game shown
It will be that, but who's going to win it?
Well, David Evans has the throw.
Seventh and final
He'll
leg,
become
David
the
is the
favourite, and
first.
this could
Game
blow
on.
this group wide open.
There's only been 1-4-3 all afternoon, and that was when Evans beat Robinson.
$100.
I swear, if David Evans gets through this group somehow, minstrels are going to write songs about him. There once was a tall man named David who kept
100.
winning on Friday. Yada, yada, yada.
Doesn't quite have the same rhyme, does it?
I hadn't quite thought it out.
58.
Interesting. See, I'm not an advocate for that. I would have been over the 18s because now a maximum doesn't leave a finish. He's still 9 darts away. Slight advantage King, who's done the same thing.
58.
This is not tennis, this is darts, but we've just seen a double fault.
If you get that one treble on the 20,
81.
the 19s is not the solo cover shot.
He's lost his range. Not for long.
100.
It's okay, it keeps pace. But it's still advantage Evans, but only just.
He says he's lost his range. I think it's kind of been that throughout the game, hasn't he? Sort of in and out of losing the way to the dart. But this is quality right in the middle of the treble 20 for David Evans. What a time to find his second maximum of the game. He is back in, well, he was back in control.
Move. Absolutely right.
137.
Now, the best
David
time to
Yukar,
get a
82.
maximum is with your last visit of the match. The best time for an 82 checkout is now.
66.
That bull was right in the middle.
Mervyn Yukar, 106.
The outer ring did not cooperate. Does Mervyn get there? He does. What a
Game shown on the
finish!
match, Mervyn King.
That is seismic in this Champions Week. David Evans is gone, and so is Rhys Robinson, but Mervyn King is alive and kicking. What a match! The stats weren't even that good, but that was like a tale from yore. That's something you're going to want to watch again and again and again and again. We had 2 maximums in that match, both going to Evans. But seriously, Mervyn King with a win. That gives him a great chance of Champions Night.
Are you ready to lift that trophy, Darius?
Yes.
Let's do it then.
Ladies and gentlemen, your Modus Super Series 9 champion is Lucky D, Darius Lewandowski!
Well, what a wonderful night of darts we have seen, and we are ready. Our champion is ready, and it's trophy time. So receive the trophy. £25,000.
The new Modus Super Series champion, the Terminator, Marvin Van Velzen. Super Series champion, the Terminator, Marvin Van Velzen. And the new Modus Super Series champion is Andreas Dirty Harrison. And one more time, the 7th Modus Super Series champion. Give it up for Andreas Dirty Harrison.
The moment we've all been waiting for. Would you please show your appreciation for your Series 6 Modus Super Series champion, Scott Taylor.
Time, your new Modus Super Series champion. He is Chucky. He is Jim McEwen.
Ladies and gentlemen, your Modus Super Series champion, retaining his title, the Luke Littler.
Welcome back to the Modus Super Series. So you may have already seen the moment of Champions Week. That could be the shot of the week, potentially, from the former World Masters. Looking to be the master of the Modus Super Series stage. And he's put himself onto 12 points in the table. And as a result of that victory, there's only one player now that can catch him in the race. And that player is Jared Cole. But he has to win this game here against Alex Small to stand any chance. He'd then need Mervyn King to beat Reese Robinson in the... Sorry, needs Reese Robinson to beat Mervyn King in the next one to then stand a chance. He'd then need to beat Jensen Walker and hope all else would go his way. So it's Cole against Small. It is game number 12 of the session, the final match from the 4th cycle of fixtures, and it's being watched in the company of Matthew Edgar and Paul Nicholson.
I hope everybody enjoyed that previous match. It was a bit of a soap opera. We didn't know what was going to happen towards the end, but now we know, and we have to go to the next episode. Henry has told us what needs to happen. This game is all about Jared. He's got to do his best impression of Dory the fish. Just keep winning, just keep winning.
Let's take Jared to through first. Game on.
Sink or swim, Jared. Lose and you sink. Win and you have a chance to keep swimming.
137.
Well, while we're on the topic of Dory the
60.
fish, Dory the fish was also very oblivious to the situation. And I think that blissfulness is not going to be attached to Jared
59.
Cole right now. And I never thought I'd be doing any punditry using Dory the fish as the example.
Welcome to my world. Yeah, it could be one of those situations where, do you know what? I've worked so
35.
hard on my darts game. I don't like darts anymore. And if you're Dory, 2 seconds later, oh, good darts.
59.
There is a strength, and I mean this in a very strong psychological way. There's a strength in
85.
being naive. Not knowing all of the information at hand or all of the intricacies can be good. But Matt is eloquent in saying that Jared will know everything because he does know everything.
So,
125.
in a nutshell, if someone's struggling a little bit with performance anxiety, if someone's struggling with sort of a bit
60.
of
Jared
nerves and
Carr,
anxiousness
60.
in the sport, just watch Finding Nemo.
It's deep.
40. Alec Ukar 156.
Oh, this would be digging deep. We've already seen
55.
Alec beat Mervyn
Jared
King,
Ukar, 20.
denting his hopes, but then King bounces back.
Getting shown the
And
first
Jared
leg,
is now
Jericho.
playing potentially on a knife edge, but we
Second leg,
know
Alex
that
through
he
first,
likes
game on.
it. He did it on Saturday. He did it last Friday. It's just another day at the Super Series for him.
140.
And ever since he changed to these stems and flights, or should I say the one-piece system,
60.
which are slightly shorter, he seems to have gained a little bit more accuracy and feel.
78.
But with that, does that cause future problems? Because now the switch has gave him feedback. So what happens when these don't work? Does he then switch again to look for that
100.
instant feedback? And then where does that chasing stop of that instant gratification?
That's a really good point, because Michael van
77.
Gerwen's done that recently. He's gone back to an old dart, which worked in Munich last week. It didn't work in the Premier League last night. So if you're a little bit lost with what you're using,
57.
you have to find some security. And I did mention yesterday, I think Jared has got a tiny percentage of insecurity with little bits and bobs with his
123.
game. He's got to find that security if he's going to thrive in the coming seasons.
96. Alec Ukar 83.
Well, Alec has found a little bit of security within his performance, hasn't he, in the last sort of hour or so?
51.
He's so much better. Unable to take that one, but he did take a 4-1 victory against Mervyn King. And that will be the result that really does forewarn Jared Cole in this game. But how many times has he done this where it looks like he's just out of a leg, he hits something big, gets himself into position.
Getting shown the
Oh,
second
that's a
leg,
beautiful
Alex Small.
shot from Small.
Third leg, Jared through first. Game on.
Somebody has stolen Alex Small's pint glass. He usually has a very large glass of water on the
60.
stage. Today, he's only having a half.
93.
He's on the Super Series scrap heap now in Champions Week with Robinson, with Evans, and it will be the first time that Reese has not qualified
140.
for the Champions Night when he's been in a week like this.
85.
Which says to me, in the next game, no matter what happens here, Robinson will be off the leash.
140.
And there could be something on that game.
21. Jared Ukar 161.
A little crumb of comfort, that dart on the floor for Jared, who now needs another 51.
87.
We thought nothing would top his 1.46 checkout from earlier.
71.
It has been trumped
Jared Ukar 74.
by the 106. Okay, so he didn't go for that. Let's just put that out there. So add this to the highlight reel.
42.
That would have been the strangest 74 anybody's ever seen.
Didn't even try to style that out, did he? And just be
64.
like, oh yeah, I meant to do
Jared
that.
Ukar 32.
It's quite a miss when you look at the whole segment away.
Getting shown the third
It's
leg.
all worked out for the
Jericho.
best.
Fourth leg, Alex through
It's
first.
all about
Game on.
winning at the minute. It's not about leg difference. Because it's so tight
42.
between King and Cole that it doesn't make any difference at the minute.
59.
He's already jumped from 5th to 3rd just by taking the lead here.
45. $30.
I suppose we have to mention the fact that Jared came in yesterday. This is only his 2nd day of action. Mervyn's playing his 5th day, which you've already mentioned, Matt.
100.
There's an age gap between the two. Easy for us to assume that Jared might have more energy than Mervyn at this stage for a couple of reasons.
60.
But it might not be the case.
It's interesting, though, watching this game, because we did a feature yesterday that's going to be appearing here on the Pluto TV Super Series Darts channel. And we had a look at the throw of Jared Cole, and we said in pressure situations, if he doesn't throw with confidence, what's going to happen is he's going to start missing low, he's going to start missing left. He's missed low on the 14s violently. He's hit a lot of 5s. This 94. Is kind of going along with our assessment when we looked at the possibility of the frailties within the action. Needs to throw and propel that dart.
100. Alucard 40.
Which might also be why he's finding those maximums at the back end of legs where it looks like they're gone. But a chance here. An unexpected chance, a miss from Alex Small has put Jared Cole back into bat.
Where's the first dart? Look over to the 18s. It is part of his arsenal,
80.
that's for sure.
Alucard 20.
Didn't hesitate in going for the 54. Now.
10.
This is not just only to take the leg. This is for a break of throw as well. Jared did get very fortunate yesterday in his first couple of games. His opponents kept missing, and he kept hitting, and it's happening again. If there's one player in this group who cannot say, where's my luck, it is Jared Cole. He's had buckets of it. The person who's won this group, by the looks of it,
58.
missed 17 darts at a double against him. In the corresponding
85.
fixture yesterday, Cole got out of jail with a 4-3 victory against Small. And he needed valuable misses from Alec.
119.
He's got to use this situation for all it's worth.
140.
But he's in a position where it's not all up to him. Even if he wins this game, he still needs Mervyn to lose to Reece Robinson. Then, and only then, when he plays
46.
against the already qualified Walker, does he have a chance to join him.
$60.
Alec is under no pressure, but you can see that just having a bad dart is bad enough.
$95.
That is not bad at all.
105.
Double 19.
86. Car 50.
For step one of the process that has to happen for him to make the final day of the series, he has to win this game, and now he can. And he does.
Jericho.
He's done his job. He can do no more in the next one. You've got to understand just how much pressure was on Jared Cole in that contest. He wins by 4 legs to 1. It was only an 87 average of sorts, but 50% on the doubles. That was pretty impressive and inventive at times. But now it's down to Mervyn, who can solidify his Champions Night by beating Reece Robinson.
$54. Charlie McGuire, 164. $44. $32. Charlie required 120.
Well, 120. He's got a fair, at least 2 handfuls at this. Just needs to stay
60.
there. That's a good shot. Halves his score. Leaves himself on a 2-darter.
$26. Charlie, you
Time on his
require
side.
60.
To become back-to-back singles champion.
$40.
Definitely a couple of nerves in those last 2 darts. But he'll be coming back.
The moment he's been in before this situation. Standing at the back of the stage,
Charlie,
approaching the
required
hockey with a
20.
chance to win the title.
He did this to win the first title, if you remember.
11.
I think he's gone.
Georgia
I think he's gone to
180.
bust it, maybe. The first title he wanted 20. He went 6 7-7 to win it. He had a chance to replicate it again.
Yeah, I get the feeling that was for a bust. And
39.
on that
Charlie,
situation there, George
require
Gay wasn't even
9.
able to take it out going to the 18s on that switch.
Yeah, I think he just panicked a bit, but he's done well to get that big one.
Sometimes can be the hardest part.
Georgia requires
This is it.
79.
It's got to be 19s. It's got to be 19s for this shot. Big 20 and a double. He's got the first one. He's going to get a match dart here.
$59. Charlie,
Threw
you
the entire
require
body into that
8.
one. Just didn't want to let go of the dart.
No score.
He's given George a chance.
Georgia require 20.
I think George has been quite good on double 10 today.
So many opportunities for Charlie Murphy.
Go
Couldn't get the job done.
Got the match! And the Red Dragon
George
Modus
Skate.
Super Series Influencers Champion, George Skate!
Welcome back to the Modus Super Series, where the final spot through Group C here at this Champions Week is going down to the final round. Because before the break, Jared Cole got the better of Alex Moore by 4 legs to 1. Mervyn King got the better of David Evans by 4 legs to 3 in that previous round's worth of fixtures. And now that match between Jensen Walker and Reece Robinson is irrelevant. But the next 2 could be relevant. Well, this next one definitely. If Mervyn King wins, then we've got a couple of dead rubbers to finish off the group. Now, this is how the land lies. Jensen Walker, top of the table, 14 points to his name. He is safely through. Mervyn King can join him there if he can get the better of Reece Robinson in this one. But a win for Reece would open up the door for Jared Cole against Jensen Walker in match number 14 of the session. And because of the way the legs difference looked, it would be any win for Jared in that scenario, which is somehow, don't know how, but somehow, see him through to Saturday night's finale here at the Live Lounge in Porter. But that could be all irrelevant if Mervyn King can win this one. Paul Nicholson and Matthew Edgar are in commentary.
This is officially now the thick end of the stick. And Mervyn King, who has the darts in this contest, can't just think that turning up will be enough to beat Robinson. This is like having a prize greyhound, and when you let him off the leash, he can just run and run and run. This could be the box of tricks time.
First leg, Mervyn, you through
We
first.
speculated yesterday morning, Matthew
Game
Edgar,
on.
that this game could be the most interesting of the lot, based on scenarios that we didn't know at the time. One person needs the win, one doesn't, but the person who doesn't, if he goes bananas, anything is possible here, and he's using different darts.
Well, he's dressed like one, isn't he?
97.
Banana, that is, not a dart.
Maybe this is an opportunity for Reece to try a dart that he's wanted to put into practice and into play.
93.
And he wants to see how they behave. It's not that different.
81.
It's a different point as well.
There's not too much change about the Mervyn King darts, is there? Very unique
57.
barrel. One that's worked for him over the years. And he wants it to work one more time. See if he can double up the result on Reece Robinson. He did beat him yesterday. 4-3 when the pair met. But that
83.
was much earlier in the session. The very first game the pair played here in the Group C campaign.
It was a super game as well. Both averaged 96. It involved that wonderful 164 from King. We are not going to get a Group C record of 180s because today has not been about the maximums like yesterday was.
100. Mervyn Car,
Doesn't mean
71.
a bad day for maximums. It's just not as good as yesterday. Bullseye.
Game shot on
That's
the
a good
first leg,
start.
Mervyn King.
He looks a little bit refreshed, does Mervyn. He didn't have a great deal of
Second
time
leg reaches through
between
first, game on.
that epic with Evans and now, but maybe a sit down, a few deep breaths, a little bit of hydration, and you can even close your eyes for a couple of minutes just to refresh your eyes. I noticed when he played Evans, he was a little bit blinky. That's a sign of tiredness.
140.
And Reece looks a little bit lost. And you can't blame him. His 100% record of making it through Group C in Champions Weeks in the past is now over.
180.
If you needed some evidence as to who the better player is in this game, I think you've just had it.
He's stepping it up, isn't he, when he needs it the most, Mervyn King. And to be fair, you don't get the longevity that Mervyn King has had in this game if you cannot produce it when you need to. If you don't dig it out when the chips are down.
60.
Mervyn King has done that for so many years. There's not really that many players that you can really name with a serious amount of longevity. Certainly not to the level of Mervyn King. You'd be looking at the likes of Steve Beaton, Kevin Painter,
Peter Wright. But his heydays lasted about 15 years.
89.
If that. Mervyn's been winning titles for 30.
98. Mervyn Car, 32.
Double 16.
Game shot on the
Everything's
same leg,
going
Mervyn
right.
King.
The King household.
Third leg, Mervyn, you through first.
The King's followers.
Game on.
The King's men and women are 2 legs away from a Champions Night berth on debut.
59.
Imagine how Reece Robinson's going to feel, though. Those weekly titles he keeps picking up, but he doesn't do it on Champions Week.
140.
And he'll feel like that's eluding him. He'll feel like it's one that's getting away. And ultimately, it's the big one. I'm sure he'd swap all those weekly titles for the one big one.
Now think about Neil Duff. Think about Steve West.
92.
Some of the winningest players we've ever had in this building. They have something in common with Reece Robinson. They haven't got a series. They're hard to get.
100.
£25,000 and now a place in the ADC Global Championship as well.
Can you imagine if Mervyn was to win that?
59.
Be a good payday, £60,000 plus £25,000 for this, £5,000 for his weekly win. Wouldn't be a bad year, that.
140.
And that's just here. And that's without another 2 series to play. If he goes on to win a series and a global championship, for example,
131.
he might not go back to the PDC.
21.
Let's not forget he's also got the opportunity of the seniors.
Double 18.
85. Mervyn Car, 160.
Well, this would be some way to get a 3-0 advantage. Right half.
120. Reach car 36.
Did Reece Robinson throw that, or did Mervyn King throw that? I'm confused.
Getting shot on the third leg, Reece Robinson.
Okay, confusion over.
Fourth leg, Reece to throw first. Game on.
These darts that Robinson is using right here, they look very familiar to me.
81.
They look a little bit like a Dimitri van den Berg dart. And that's not his name.
95.
You just referenced another song there. The Ting Tings.
We have had a Ting on the stage. Victor Ting Strum. He's now on tour representing Sweden.
59.
Someone else who's been in a Group C in Champions League is Sweden's Anton Östlund. I haven't seen Anton for a while.
57.
Just got to get control of this match again. Easier
100.
said than done. You can tell that he's working hard here. I wonder what Jared Cole is thinking watching this. Is he even watching?
81.
Or is he just having a few looseners leading up to his final match in this group, which will be next? And it feels like Jensen Walker hasn't been at the hockey for an eternity.
97. Reach car 142.
But we know he's going to be on the hockey tomorrow. Tomorrow night, where the
48.
£25,000 will be awarded. He will be hoping to be the last man standing. Mervyn King wants to be there, and this could help his cause.
Mervyn, you've got a 60 hit with a marker, and you've gone for 54. Very rarely would I question the motives of Mervyn,
85.
but that...
Reach car 94.
Well, it's an open goal missed. Oh, that's an interesting reaction to that.
40. Mervyn car 65.
Well, Mervyn's still got 65. He's got to get to the double, which he does.
Getting shot on the fourth leg.
And there's
Mervyn
nothing
King.
wrong with his doubling in this game. He's 3 from 3.
Fifth leg, Mervyn to throw
This
first.
might turn out to be the best performance of his entire group.
Game on.
Just when he needs it. Shades of week 9 on the Saturday night when he needed something different, something better. He found it.
121.
Some people put pressure in their protein shakes.
84.
Maybe that's what Mervyn does in between games.
$140.
Just so in control, isn't he, Mervyn King? We've seen him waver in his performance. We've seen him waver in the distance that he's been missing
100.
the treble 20. His reactions at times just look beaten, but in this game, all business, serious demeanour, quality performance. It's all coming together when he wants it
100.
the most.
He's averaged 100 or more twice yesterday alone. One was a win.
41.
That was against
Mervyn
Small,
Newcar,
103.04. The other one was a loss. But based on the situation, this is better.
60.
No need to panic. Robinson is simply out of juice.
100.
And Jared
Mervyn
Cole
Newcar,
might be
80.
out of luck. It's going to be old school Mervyn. Going for double 8.
64.
And it's taken until leg 5 for him to miss a double.
136.
This is where the journey continues, potentially, into Saturday. Another Saturday, but it's a special Saturday that the King will grace. There will be royalty at Champions Night, and on debut, Mervyn King could become a series champion. He may know, he may not, but under the circumstances, a 97 average against a very dangerous Rhys Robinson, you have to say that that is a professional performance from a top pro of 30 years. Mervyn King joins Jensen Walker in Champions Night.
$54. Charlie McGuire, 164. $44. $32. Charlie McGuire, 120.
Well, 120. He's got a fair, at least 2 handfuls of this. Just needs to stay
60.
there. That's a good shot. Halves his score. Leaves himself on a 2-darter.
$26. Charlie
Time on his
McGuire,
side
60.
to become back-to-back singles champion.
$40.
Definitely a couple of nerves in those last 2 darts, but he'll be coming back.
The moment he's been in before this situation. Standing at the back of the stage,
Charlie
approaching the
McGuire,
hockey with
20.
a chance to win the title.
He did this to win the first title, if you remember.
11.
I think he's gone. I think he's gone to bust it, maybe. The first title he won, he wanted 20. He went 6-7-7 to win it. He had a chance to replicate it again.
Yeah, I get the feeling that was for a bust. And
39.
on that situation there, George Scaife wasn't even able to take it out going to the 18s on that switch.
Yeah, I think he just panicked a bit, but he's done well to get that big one.
Sometimes can be the hardest part.
Georgia requires
This is it.
79.
It's got to be 19s. It's got to be 19s for this shot. Big 20 and a double. He's got the first one. He's going to get a match dart here.
$59. Charlie
Threw the entire body into that one. Just didn't want to let go of the dart.
No score.
He's given George a chance.
Georgia require 20.
I think George has been quite good on double 10 today.
So many opportunities for Charlie Murphy. Couldn't get the job done.
And the match! And the Red Dragon
George
Modus
Scaife.
Super Series Influencers Champion, George Scaife!
Welcome back to the Modus Super Series. So before the break, Mervyn King secured his passage through to Champions Night tomorrow evening with success against Rhys Robinson. 4 legs to 1 was the margin of victory there for Mervyn to get himself into the biggest night we have to offer here at the Super Series. It means that the King has thrown the king of the castle out of the building, out of the race for qualification, but he still has one more game to play. He takes on Jensen Walker, who has won the group. That confirmed because of the margin of victory in the previous match. The pair having a nice little discussion ahead of their final matches. For Jared, the final match of his first Champions Week, Jensen Walker will be moving forward into Champions Night tomorrow. We'll hear from Mervyn King as the show draws towards an end, but it's time to see what the King of the Castle can do.
First leg, Jensen to through first. Game on.
Yes, all the pressure is off because these guys know where they're going tomorrow. Jensen's going to be back on the stage for a 6th consecutive
100.
day. Inarguably the biggest night of his young career. But Jared has put up a wonderful
40.
fight here today. But there is something still undecided. Does Jared Cole
100.
finish 3rd? Or does he finish 4th?
96.
There's a difference in recompense, so don't think there's nothing on this game.
80.
But I think Jensen Walker will want 16 points, you know, because that would prove to be one of the better
85.
Group C campaigns in Champions Week history.
Oh, 100%. He's a player that just wants to win everything in which he
80.
plays in, Jensen Walker. And now, he's through to the big one. Half the field is complete.
93.
You know, half the players out
Jensen
there.
Carr,
and
141.
He's going to fancy his chances, certainly if he plays how he has done in this Group C campaign.
101.
I think this would have really encouraged him. I think this would have gave him confidence and belief, not just to have scraped through, but to have comfortably
99.
got through
Jensen
and
Carr,
topped
40.
the group.
And on
shown the
tops, he
first leg,
takes the
Jensen
lead.
Walker.
People who have attained 16
Second leg,
points in
Jared
Group
did
C
first.
before.
Game on.
Josh Payne did it in Series 1.
47.
Jim McEwen did it in Series 5, and he went on to win the title. The only person ever to play
134.
in only Group C in a Champions Week and then to be the winner. Cam Crabtree got 16 in the following series,
100.
beating John O'Shea in that table, only just. And then in the last 2 series, Derek Coulson has also
97.
found 16 points on both occasions. I wonder how many he's going to get tonight as he tries to make a 3rd consecutive
60.
Champions Night.
$60.
We've never seen anybody win Group C in a Champions Week on 12
60.
points. People tend to turn up in these groups.
95.
Yeah, Jared might be just feeling a little empty right now.
100.
The
Jensen Carr,
adrenaline, it can just
115.
drain from your body when something happens.
77. Jared
Now, what have you
Carr,
got up your sleeve, Jared?
134.
What can you do on 134?
$48. Jensen Carr, 38.
This is not going to be a direct shot. There was a stop at the station. Went to the 6 first.
22. Jared Carr, 86.
Dart at the ball.
43. Jensen Carr, 16.
You fancy it's going to be 2-0 Walker.
Game shown the
And there it
second
is.
leg, Jensen Walker. Third leg,
There's no
Jensen
celebrations
reverse.
anymore.
Game on.
This is just a game of darts to see who's better right now. If you're Jared, what are you feeling?
You just want to get it over with, don't you? You want to
61.
get it done as quick as possible. You're disappointed. He's going to be disappointed. Like you say, he put up a good fight.
59.
As did David Evans, who we've still got to see one more time. He'll be taking on Alex Small in our last game. But sometimes not every fight you have is going to be a winning one. And
140.
ultimately, there's going to be a heightened sense of disappointment due to the fact that it is Champions Week. But it's been a good couple of weeks, hasn't it, for Jared? And he's got to take
92.
the positives away from this. To even be here playing at Champions Week is an achievement.
Yeah, he's acquitted himself really well. Just so happens that other people are playing slightly better than him right now. The points don't lie.
Well, the points don't lie, which is suggesting that Jensen Walker has been the standout performer in this group. And that's what the statistics would say as well.
Yes, they would. He's had the performance of the group, and with that, equally the performance of the week.
82. Jensen Car 32.
Maybe not the win of the week, because there have been other games that have been more dramatic.
Getting shown the
But
third
he's
leg,
3-0 up
Jensen
here
Walker.
in no time at all.
Fourth leg, Jared to through first. Game
Ironically, in completing 3 legs there, it took him 4 less seconds than it took Tom Sykes to beat Brian Roman in 4.
57.
That's how quick that game was between the England ace and the Belgian ace. This isn't exactly
91.
slow.
$134.
Jared does lose this match. It would simply have to be a victory for Evans if the margin of victory for Walker is
60.
Quite tidy. It's not really much of a consolation, is it? But for your own pride, your own professionalism,
60.
You always have to have something to aim for, whether it's win the game, feel better, end on a high, or end in a slightly
100
better position. That is something that Alex Small can't affect when he plays Dave next.
125.
Halves the score.
And you know for a fact he wants bull 25 bull.
96. Jared Dakar, 125.
All right, he wants a Rod Harrington. You said things come back into fashion.
154.
That's a late 90s shot.
98. Jared Dakar, 20.
Double 10 to keep it alive.
Getting shown the fourth
Never
leg,
in doubt.
Jared. Fifth leg, Jensen to through first. Game on.
We talk a lot about this 128
140.
that the Pro Tour has. That tells you something very vivid. There's only room
43.
for 128 players. If you aren't part of that, you've got to make hay somewhere else.
140.
Jensen hasn't gone there yet. Jared was very close in 2020 to having a card. He lost out to Aaron Beanie.
125.
For a while, people criticised Jared, saying, that's a game he should have won. In order to be where you want to be, sometimes you've got to
79.
take a slightly different route.
And if you're a subscriber to the Everything Happens for a Reason brigade, maybe this was where he's supposed to be right now.
102.
Well, tops is where Jensen wanted to be. That would have been another fantastic ton-topping group-ending shot. Not as big as his 170
59.
in Group
Jensen
A, but
Dakar, 40.
this is to win on 16 points.
8.
I haven't seen that since the 80s.
8 scored on Jensen's last throw.
He went for 8 double 16. He went for 8 double 16.
Wow. You said things come back in fashion.
Absolutely.
Jensen Dakar's 32.
He likes double 16. Jared wasn't on a finish. Why not? Why
Getting
not
shown the match,
indeed?
Jensen Walker.
Because Jensen Walker has won Group C with 16 points. And that makes it 3 consecutive Group C campaigns where 16 points is enough to be the top dog. Jensen was the better player in this occasion, winning by 4 legs to 1. and we only have one more game to go before it's only 10 games before we go to Champions Night. It is Small against Evans.
Are you ready to lift that trophy, Darius? Yes. Let's do it then.
Ladies and gentlemen, your Modus Super Series 9 champion is Lucky D, Darius Lewandowski!
Well, what a wonderful night of darts we have seen, and we are ready. Our champion is ready, and it's trophy. So we see the trophy. £25,000.
The new Modus Super Series champion, the Terminator, Marvin Van Velzen. And one more time, the 8th Modus Super Series champion, the Terminator, Marvin Van Velzen. And the new Modus Super Series champion is Andreas Dirty Harrison. And one more time, the 7th Modus Super Series champion. Give it up for Andreas Dirty Harrison.
The moment we've all been waiting for. Would you please show your appreciation for your Series 6 Modus Super Series champion, Scott Taylor?
One more time, your new Modus Super Series champion. He is Chucky. He is Jim McEwen.
Ladies and gentlemen, your Modus Super Series champion, retaining his title, the Nuke, Luke Lidlow!
Welcome back to the Modus Super Series. Before the break, Jensen Walker confirmed his top spot in Group C with a victory against Jared Cole before the break. I've got some sad news for you all. Really sad news. This is the last Group C game of Series 10. Can you believe it? It really has gone by so quickly. It's like Christmas. It goes by quicker and quicker, year upon year, and series upon series. And these two, well, they're not going to be playing any further part in this week after today. David Evans and Alex Small. They will be departing us. They'll be heading back for home, and we'll be hoping that Series 11 will yield more success for them. Right, let's get into this one. Let's get into commentary, and let's get into Paul Nicholson and Matthew Edgar.
Yeah, say hello to the weekend and save your tears for another day, because Henry Deacon has just mentioned Christmas. And it's only 8 months to go. So well done, Henry. Get your jumpers out, everybody. The weather's just about to get warmer. Well, things are going to get warm here on Saturday night, but unfortunately, Stretch and the wild card will not be with us. But they have contributed to a fascinating Group C.
83.
Yeah, Jared Cole is now out of proceedings as well. And I've just done a little tally
100.
of previous Group C campaigns in Champions Week, and that is the 4th best total from Jensen
52.
Walker. 16 points and plus 15. Only beaten by Series 4, Series 8 and Series 5. So it is one of the best we've ever seen
60.
from another young star.
It's going to be dangerous,
78.
isn't it, Jensen Walker, tomorrow night? If he can continue to play with the confidence and freedom, play with that belief, he is going to be dangerous. I can guarantee there'll be a lot of people supporting him back in his hometown of
140.
Coventry. That one didn't quite work out, though, for David Evans.
Here we go.
92.
We know what's going to happen in this one. Who's going to do what, when, and how?
Well, there is one thing on a more serious nature, though, before we
88.
get into maybe the shenanigans here. David Evans has put an almighty effort in today, hasn't he?
121.
Okay,
David
let's
Carr,
not do the serious stuff.
113.
Let's just do the shenanigans then, by the seams of it.
He wins the
50.
game. He gets 3rd position.
Alec Carr, 75.
Tops for Alec.
35. David Carr, 63.
Double 12 for Dave.
Game shown the first leg, David Evans.
I always find
Second
it
leg,
really
David is
quizzical
there
that
first.
somebody wearing
Game on.
glasses would do, or attempt to blind 180. They can't see anywhere. Take your glasses off and throw the 3rd dart. Now there's something different you could do.
97.
That would be known as doing a Ryan Searle.
Have you got any favourite
41.
trick shots? I saw one not long ago going round on the socials of Alan Suter, who bent over backwards, threw a dart upside down to hit the 18. Then he won a double 16.
93.
He went across and used a different ocky from a different dartboard and hit the double 16 across. I thought that was absolutely brilliant.
60.
That's a good question. I've seen some good ones over the years. I've seen Mervyn King throw just barrels.
100.
I've seen Steve West hit a 180 with bookmakers' pens. That was special.
140.
Favorite one I've ever hit was I hit an 80 checkout on tops while standing on the back of a woman. That was in Canada. Mitzi's very strong, so nobody was harmed.
93.
Trust me. She's a cage fighter, so she's got a very strong back.
90. David Carr, 118.
We'll have none of that nonsense on this stage, though. Especially when Paul Hinks is trying to stay out of the way.
78. Alec Carr, 170.
We have had some things on this stage. I remember we
81.
had something
David
on
Carr,
YouTube
40.
channel. Steve West, I think it's Mike Warburton, played with nails.
Oh, yes.
One of our influencers events, Darts for Fun, played with nails.
Game shot on the second leg, David Evans.
Also named David, of course. And this David is
Third leg,
2-0
Alex
up.
through first. Game on.
Trying to send small packing.
Have you ever tried throwing the nails?
Once.
Could you get them
100.
to stick in?
Hence, I didn't do it twice.
I could, but threw them backwards. I had to throw nail facing me. It does feel slightly more dangerous as well when you're throwing
97.
nails. You certainly don't want to be refereeing it because they're bouncing all over the place like dangerous fireworks.
81.
This is what some darts fans will say. You don't catch pilots saying, do you know what? We're nearly there. Why don't we take the wings off and see if I can land this thing?
58.
I don't know why, but in my own mind I said that like Alan Partridge.
98.
Well, someone's going to hit the back of the net in a second. I can't see a Dan round here, can you?
$76.
Oh, interesting. I kind of like it. And we've seen maybe the strangest 146 checkout in the history of the Modus Super Series today. So, Alec, Simon says, take 146 out Jared's way. Boo!
Getting shown the third leg, Alex Small.
It wasn't Jared's way, but
Fourth leg, David
it
through
worked.
first. Game on.
Great shot. But I really thought that he might try it the Jared way. But even that is not the most impressive finish of the day. That was the 106 for King against Evans. That was the seismic shot. That was the thing that changed everything. Timing is everything.
$58. $39.
Let's not forget as well, this has been a successful series for Alec. His first weekly title, just like Dave. Something to build on for the rest of the season.
58.
Whatever they do next, I'm sure they will be eagle-eyeing a revisit to Portsmouth in the next 4 or 5 months.
56.
To try and secure a second weekly title to have another crack at this. Not everybody can do what Jimmy Van Schie did last year in winning 3 weekly titles in a row. But your best chance of winning a series is getting to Champions Week more than once.
140.
What are you feeling, Matt? 25 tops?
134. David Carr, 105.
Bull 5 bull.
Neither.
65.
Well, that will do.
$140. David
He was
Carr, 40.
dicing with a foul dart there, wasn't he? He was so out of position.
Getting shown the fourth
He was
leg,
like a
David
striker
Evans.
who was usually a centre-back.
Fifth leg, Alex through first. Game on. $78.
He was doing a stare down. It was his last opportunity, potentially. Dave pays attention. He knows what happens.
60.
Loves a stare down.
Well, he does stare down because he's tall.
140.
In our case, with Dave, it would be a stare up.
Loves the stage as well, doesn't he, David Evans? He would have enjoyed the occasion here, playing on Champions Week. Would no doubt would have loved to have been on that stage on a Saturday.
81.
I wouldn't be surprised if he sticks around and watches Champions Night.
I agree, and because he's a very confident guy. He's certainly got his hotel booked till Sunday. You know, some
100.
people, when they come to this, are quite negative in their approach, in the fact that they go, well, I'll book till Saturday and then I'll book the extra Saturday night if I need to.
140.
Tremendous 140, Dave.
He's persistent.
57.
He gets a 140 here. He's got a chance to win the match 4-1. That's a better 140.
Alex Carr, 126.
Bull.
101.
And now Dave can end it.
80.
To bring the curtain down on Group C. And David Evans is going to finish third. So it's more micro disappointment for Jared Cole. He's going to finish on the same points as David Evans, but he will have a slightly better leg difference, meaning that Alex Small will finish in 6th, Reece Robinson will finish in 5th, and David Evans, with that valiant final day effort, And that 4-1 victory is going to be just short and misses out by a couple of wins.
Welcome back to the Modus Super Series. So Friday afternoon here at Champions Week has been a really dramatic affair, but it's finished how we started, with Jensen Walker and Mervyn King making it through to Champions Night on Saturday evening. Jensen Walker's won the group, 16 points to his name, so he is safely through alongside Mervyn King, who in the end had to battle his way through, but he's into the big night nonetheless. And he joins myself and Paul Nicholson here in the studio now. Mervyn, many congratulations on making it through, but I can imagine it was a little bit harder work today than perhaps you would have liked it to have been.
I think you're right. To be fair, I looked at it this morning and I'm thinking, I've got to play and I've got to play properly. And I had a few games there throughout the day that were reasonable, but nothing outstanding. And then I had a game where everything just went south, and I haven't got a reason for it. I can't explain why. I was starting to get embarrassed the way they were going, because it was that bad. And I think I pulled David down to the way I was playing. But fortunately, they come back. Yeah.
That 106 finish in that particular contest, that's probably the finish that's taken you through, hasn't it?
Yeah, probably. I thought the 127 or the 121 or whatever it was, was sort of pretty pivotable as well. But the 106, yeah, that was one dart in my hand, looking at it, and I'm thinking, please go in. You know.
And how many times do we mention about timing? Because obviously David missed a couple of darts in the visit before to win the game 4-3 himself. Mervyn steps in, and it just completely changed the dynamic of the group, didn't it?
Yes, it did. I think if people were to look at that game purely from a numerical standpoint, they'll see two averages that both players will not be remembering for good reasons. It's a game that needed to be seen to be experienced. It's as simple as that. And the last finish, that 106, if you were living that game the way that we were and the people watching on Pluto TV, you'll understand just how important that was. We've seen some big finishes this week. We've seen a 164 from Mervyn. We've seen a 170 from Jensen Walker, a 119, which was pivotal on Tuesday from Derek Coulson. But in the grand scheme of making the big dance on Saturday, that's the biggest one.
How aware were you of the permutations over the course of the day? Because things really did swing in around that portion of the table.
I sort of keep my eye on them, but not religiously. I sort of know where I am or thereabouts and where other people are. But I knew my game against David was going to be important. The 106, yeah, well, that turned out to be one of the highlights of what I've done today, even though it wasn't the highest. But that meant the most, and that was, I had to beat David in my own mind to not guarantee it, but stand a chance of getting through. So if it was to guarantee it, I didn't know that. I keep an eye on it, but I don't know religiously.
It wasn't to guarantee it.
No.
Because when you won that game, Jared Cole had to win his next game to stand a chance, and then he had to watch you against Reese, and all of a sudden his chances were gone after that.
And it was a dramatic afternoon, I can tell you. Jared was pensively pacing himself up and down the practice room as that game was going on, hoping for that second opportunity, which ultimately didn't come. Now, we've been breaking down some of the numbers in terms of your group campaign, and in pretty much every single statistic, you pretty much found yourself in second position, whether it be average, whether it be checkout. So you're kind of always there or thereabouts in terms of this group campaign.
Yeah, I sort of feel sorry for Jared, really. I mean, he won the group, and that was only last week. Maybe that was too soon for him to try and reproduce that. I mean, being second in everything, yeah, pretty much I'll take that until we play tomorrow. Then I don't want second, then I want first. If you're second in everything, you're going to get through to Saturday. So, you know, I'm not aiming for that. I'm aiming for winning everything, every game, every leg, and a couple of chances at a 9, which should have been nice, but didn't convert either of them. But yeah, we're trying to win everything, but second is good up until tomorrow.
Do you remember what he did in week 9 on Saturday night? It was very, very different. When it had to be done, when it was cutthroat stuff, he found the shots, the 157, the 160 in the final. This is what he's talking about. This is experience.
And this is different tomorrow. And for a lot of players, this is the first time they played for this amount of money, the first time they played for a title with this kind of prestige. But for you, this is something that you've been doing for more than 20 years. This is something that you've become so accustomed to. How important could that experience be tomorrow night, potentially?
Quite good, I would say, but it's not something I've been accustomed to. I mean, the last few years have been pretty barren as far as tournament victories are concerned, but when you've got it under your belt and you've done it before, then there's something there that you can sometimes call on, you know, the experience and also the mindset before you go into a game and stuff, which I tried. Today was, I don't know what to tell you this, I've got a gallstone in my gallbladder, and that's been quiet for a couple of years. I got up this morning and I was in a lot of pain, and I even considered not playing today. I considered pulling out. But after I had a bite to eat and a few glasses of water, it settled down a little bit. But it's a big gallstone, and when it moves, it hurts. It really does hurt. It's not an excuse of why I played under par. It's just fact. There you go. It's one of them things, and hopefully it won't rear its ugly head again tomorrow, because it's sometimes it goes, sometimes it stays, and sometimes it crucifies me. There you go. We'll try again tomorrow.
And as I say, tomorrow night is a massive night. And for you, it's been a good start to the first season off tour for a little while. Obviously, we saw you win your week here. We're now seeing you on the Saturday night here. We've seen you do well on the Challenge Tour. Pro Tour call-ups have gone fairly well for yourself as well. You must be feeling as if, in terms of confidence, this must be as good a place as you've been in for a little while.
Yeah, confidence is quite high. I think it's all to do with the start of the Challenge Tour, of doing reasonably well the first 5 tournaments and getting myself up in that position. Getting the call up for a couple of Pro Tours, it's like, okay, so I can still play the Pro Tours, some of them. It's, how can I put it? It's a confidence boost, and then to play in the senior series, and then to get the invite here and to win the week, it's massive confidence boost, massive. So what happened between when I played David, I do not know. Confidence was high, but the game just weren't there.
Don't want to go too far ahead of ourselves here, but if tomorrow night was to be a successful night, where would you pitch picking that trophy up upon the things that you've done?
That has to be up there with the IDL and the World Masters. That has to be. You know, the quality of players that you get here each week, and then tomorrow and this week and tomorrow, you've got quality players that have come through and won these weeks, and they're played against themselves, and we're going to end up with a champion of champions. And you know, if I can be at the end of it and last man standing again, I'll be one happy bunny.
Tell you where I'd put it. I've studied Mervyn's career my entire life, and 30 years ago he won the Gold Cup and the pairs with Peter Wright. So the magnitude of that trophy, or those trophies, I've got a picture to prove it actually. It's a great picture of Mervyn with Peter, and you know, Mervyn winning such an incredible trophy at the start of his career. But 30 years on, winning something of this magnitude, yeah, that's quite a special thought, but it's possible in about 28 hours' time.
But that started my actual professional career, because the money I won on those 2 tournaments, I used to go abroad and play the tour, and got to world number 10, straight into Lakeside, never looked back.
Hopefully you won't be looking back tomorrow night. Mervyn, many congratulations on making it through to Champions Night tomorrow. We're going to let you go. You still got a little bit more work to do this afternoon. We're going to bring Matthew Edgar in the studio in a few weeks' time. Now, Mervyn King is into Champions Night tomorrow evening here at the Modus Super Series. He's got a 1 in 6 chance of lifting the impressive brand new trophy here at the Live Lounge in Port, and he could add his name to an incredible Roll of Honour.
It's the barbarian Conan Whiting! Raymond Smith!
Going to get better than that too. A double 14.
He is Jim McEwen!
Modus Super Series champion, Scott Taylor!
He's Andreas Dirty Harrison! Marvin Van Velzen!
Labanowski!
8 champions, but who is going to be the 9th to lift the Super Series crown? Well, we know that Scott Campbell, Jensen Walker, Mervyn King are all in with a 1 in 6 chance of picking up the Super Series trophy for the first time tomorrow night. Later on this evening, we'll see how Group B is going to end. Sam Spivey and Derek Coulson, they just need 2 wins from their 4 matches this evening to join that trio through to the finale. Shane McGirt, the reigning WDF World Champion, Devon Peterson, the reigning ADC Global Champion, have got it all to do, whilst David Davis, well, he'll be hoping to sneak under the radar and take the final spot through Group B later on tonight from 10 p.m. And as luck would have it, we've subbed out a Mervyn King for a Matthew Edgar. And I just want to get your take, Paul, because you're in the studio with Mervyn, on some of the things that he said. And first and foremost as well, what he said about winning this trophy, the fact it'd be up there with the World Masters, the IDL, some of the great things he's won in his career, that it would be on a catapult similar to that. It says a lot about the respect this trophy's got now.
Yeah, I think that's a fair point right now. If we are being brutally honest, International Darts League and some of the other things that Mervyn's won, they were phenomenal tournaments to win. But I think the grandeur of being the first person to lift this trophy and to become the Series 10 champion, there's a certain amount of numbers that dart players really adore. They like even numbers, they like round numbers. They like things like 1. They like things like 10. Things that have great beginnings and endings. Thing is, the first double-digit series, and this is a big year, of course, because we welcomed Steve Beaton, Simon Whitlock, and Mervyn King to the fold here in Portsmouth. So if he's the last man standing, he can look back on the other 140 players and say, I'm the one who was able to lift this trophy. Unfortunately, other legends and other upstarts couldn't.
And he's talking so confidently now, where perhaps dropping off to all that didn't quite happen. And we're mentioning about his experience, the fact that he's been there, he's done it, he's won it. We've got a lot of great players, but maybe a lot of players that this is the first time for them in this type of environment, under this type of scrutiny, playing for as much money as they are. Mervyn's been here before. He's been there, he's done it, he's won it. How important moving forward going into tomorrow night could that experience be?
It could be key, because one thing you're not going to get with Mervyn is not going to panic. And that's vital. We saw panic on players today, panic at different situations. Mervyn King, the second you say to him, where does this rank? He puts it alongside major titles he's won before. He's got that CV to draw on. And not only he knows that, but his opponents do as well, which makes him the scalp. It makes him the big name. It makes him the player to try and beat. And it's not just about beating a player, it's where you beat them. Beating someone on the Pro Tour is not like beating someone in a World Championship game. It matters different in different environments, in different rooms. Beating someone in an exhibition, beating someone in a Group C is not like beating someone in a £25,000 game. When the importance rises, when the chips are down, the feeling changes. You feel a bit more heavy. And they're going to have to deal with that tomorrow. Mervyn King won't. This isn't the biggest tournament Mervyn King's played in. Right now it's the most relevant, but it's not the biggest thing on his CV, where for other people, they are playing the night of their lives.
Matt's making an amazing point, because I want you to remember, I want everybody to remember what he just said. And if we are confronted with a scenario where Jensen Walker plays Mervyn King again, there'll be a different match, because Jensen's owned the last 4 games. It hasn't been close. So in group play, Jensen has thrived against Mervyn. But on a Saturday night in front of a packed live lounge, it will be different. I'm not saying that Jensen's going to lose that game. I'm saying the game dynamic will be different.
Let's get into some post-match analysis then. And I want to talk about the 106. Now, we mentioned it a little bit in the interview, I want to get your take on it. David misses a couple of darts off the back of the 82. Mervyn takes out the 106. Now, he said he didn't play well in that game by any stretch of the imagination. But to pull that out, what does that say about Mervyn King?
Well, as a dart player, when you're sat or you're standing with the darts in your hand, you will analyse things very differently to how we do now when we sit with a microphone. And my analysis here was Mervyn King won the important moments. That was a great shot. It doesn't matter what the other shots was. It doesn't matter what you hit or missed. As a player, you want to win every moment. You want to win every game 4-0. You end up playing mini games where you almost play beat the score in your head. You want to take out every checkout. And that's what Mervyn King's analysis would be. Ours is very simple. He won the key moments. And that means he did play well. because he won more moments than his opponents. He's in Saturday night, he's got the opportunity, and Mervyn King now will look at that when he gets back and review it, and his experience will tell him that he won the most important moments, and that's what's got him through.
He's an intrinsic player. What that means is it's about how he feels about the performance. It's not necessarily about averages, accolades. What we say means nothing to him. Everything to Mervyn King is internal. It's about, did I feel good there? Was I playing well in my own mind? And that is a very good place to be. And sometimes he doesn't cut himself a break.
Let's talk Jensen Walker then. He won the group. We can have a look at the stats screen now to illustrate the way that he played in this particular group. 91.5 average, 33% on the doubles. Probably, does he have to go up maybe just a tad tomorrow night to win the title? Or is he at a base which can win it tomorrow night?
No, I think these numbers are slightly flawed. I think, whereas they are accurate, don't get me wrong. I'm not saying that they're a lie, but there's one game at the start of the group where he's had 17 missed darts at a double. It will be interesting to see what he's averaging and what his percentage is post that, because he was a very different player after that first game. So I wouldn't pay too much attention to the 33% on the doubles, because it's felt better than that since around 3 o'clock Thursday afternoon. I don't really think he needs to find another level. He's just got to find the right shots at the right times. But what has been answered this week is, what ceiling have you got? And it's as good as anybody's.
I think normally when you look at that sort of checkout percentage being 33%, you wouldn't expect someone to be averaging 91. Because to have a 33%, that means he's losing, on average, statistically, 2 darts per leg and no scoring. And then one of them's going to be on the outer ring. So it's surprising to see the average of 91, which tells me one thing. That power scoring is exceptional of Jensen Walker. And if he can keep that going tomorrow night, he's going to be a big, big threat. As Nico's already said, those doubling percentages are sort of misrepresented by that one game that pulled it down. So actually, if we look at the rest of it, he is a serious, serious danger.
Elsewhere, did Jared Cole drop too many silly games to put himself in the mix?
This is tough to answer, because he was in the frame. I think he did a really good job of keeping himself in it. But what we've learned about Jared the last 2 weeks is that he's able to come through these really, really gritty table situations, but he needs to start learning to dominate. When you get a lead, keep it and get rid of someone. Stop allowing people back into these games. He needs to get a bit more security with his equipment, because there was an equipment change today. Figure that out.
He did, and it was always going to be a dramatic day for him, and I feel like the emotion took over in the end, and it sort of took away from the performance. He put himself in a position, he gave himself the opportunity, he played exceptionally well to do that. And at the start of the day, you would not have imagined we'd been talking about David Evans as a possible qualifier, or to have put in the impact to this group that he has. So fair play to David Evans. He's done well. I'm sure we're going to see him again. He'll play a Champions Week again, I'm sure, in this year. And the goal for him is very simple. He's looking ahead to 2026. He wants to be back on tour.
Let's have a look at the table then. I also want to have a chat about Reece Robinson. First time he's not made it through to a Champions night here. Just felt like there was moments there. Obviously, we saw the 109 average yesterday, but it never felt like he really got going this week.
Didn't really get going today. I think his recovery effort yesterday was amazing. He was putting in the 109 average in a loss, and then at this point you're thinking, well, how's he going to behave after this? Because we know what Reece is like. He's a bit simple when it comes to the mental approach for the sport. He just likes to play. You know, he doesn't like to go up with numbers or social media profiles. He's not that kind of player. He just wants to play. His flamboyance comes from playing. Now, he put that to one side this week. He wanted to do business. He did a great job at the end of Thursday, but the start today, it just got away from him at the wrong time, and he couldn't recover.
We've got a couple of minutes left, lads, so I want to have a little look ahead to tonight and kind of where we are in terms of this Champions Week. Magnificent brand new trophy to play for. And we've got some big players here looking to win it for the first time. And I want to have a look at tonight in Group B. I want to talk about the top two. Sam Spivey to start with. Now, we were commentating when Sam made his debut here, and we could see straight away that there was a player that could go through gears, that there was a serious talent to be had. Same neck of the woods of Tom Sykes, and kind of going through that same story that Tom Sykes is going through as well.
Before he even threw a dart on this stage, my inbox was flooded. And I mean flooded. I don't mean just one or two people. Constantly watch this guy. Watch Sam Spivey. He is very, very well respected in Yorkshire. A lot of people got in contact to tell me about that respect. We then went down for our pre-show briefing. Paul Hinks came over to me and says, keep your eye on this lad. This lad's quality. And this is a guy that's refereed all the major games in the world of darts. He's seen everybody. So if he's given a recommendation, which, by the way, I have never had a recommendation off Paul Hinks for any other player ever. The only player he's ever gave the nod to is Sam Spivey. And on the evidence of what I've seen so far, I can only echo the sentiment.
Just needs to work on the nickname, right? In terms of in terms of Derek Coulson, DC, it feels like he's playing well, but it also feels like everybody's playing well against him as well.
He's just dependable. I think he was hit really hard last night by some excellent darts, but again, he answered the call. And nothing is going easy for DC this week. I know he won 5 games out of 5 on Monday, but since then, it's like he's going through a salad spinner. It's just been so difficult for him to string multiple victories together, but he's still one of the best players here this week. I don't have any doubts in my mind right now, as it stands at the end of Group C, that he is going to get through in the top 3 places. I have every faith in Derek. I think he'll make it with Spivey, and I think it's going to be a 3-horse race for the last spot.
Here we go. 3 down, 3 to go. We are going to see the end of a dramatic Friday a little bit later on. Gents, thank you for your company as ever. Plenty coming up across Pluto TV. Coming up once we're done, you can have a look at one of the all-time great Champions Week finals nights. That was in Series 7, and we all know how that dramatically ended. So why don't you relive some of that? And then we've got Phil Taylor's Ultimate Premier League, where he's having a look at some of the names that he would like to see in a, I suppose, almost fantasy football-esque 11. No, there's no swaps or triple captains. The live darts is back tonight from 10 as we see the final group action of this Champions Week, and then it builds up to tomorrow night. Now, mark your card, put it in your diary, put it in your planner, put it whatever you need to put it. 7:30 p.m. we are underway for Champions Night to see who is going to win the trophy that Darius Labanauskas won last time out. And this time round, it is a brand new trophy, brand new possibilities, an opportunity to kick off a brand new year in perfect style. Well, Jensen, well, he walked towards the post, didn't he? Whilst Mervyn is one step closer to becoming the king for all of us here. Take care. We'll see you tonight. Bye-bye for now.
What a finish! What a man!
The drum roll finishes, and the target is...
And that was it. And it comes on finals night, and it's a knockout.
Dirty Harrison! Van Velzen!
54. Charlie McGuire, 164. $44. $32. Charlie required 120.
Well, 120. He's got a fair, at least 2 handfuls at this. Just needs to stay
60.
there. That's a good shot. Halves his score. Leaves himself on a 2-darter.
$26. Charlie
Time on his
required
side
60.
to become back-to-back